Well, here we are again. Ain't nothing to it at this point, I suppose. You know the deal. You know what's real. We're back with another Puzz. I've still got a buzz. I've also got a bit of a cold, so I apologize for that. I was thinking about maybe maybe not streaming today, but then I thought, there's just I don't know, man. I don't want to be a wimp. Um, is basically the bottom line when it comes down to it. So I figured let's just press on. If you can't press on when you're a little under the weather, are you gonna be able to press on when I don't know the sky is really falling or there's some real challenges? But I do apologize because I expect now for there to be some. My brain isn't really working at its optimum capacity here. So you'll have to pardon me in some areas if I'm slurring nonsense and just uh, dishing out absolute nothingness. But I'm excited to be back. And another reason why I wanted to still come on is because, as I've said before, I love doing puzzles. I love coming on here, talking to people. I don't see the chat, which is strange. Oh, there we are. Okay, that's good. Um, yeah, I'm not seeing the chat here. I wonder if I can pull it up somehow. Stay tuned during technical difficulties, dear friends. Okay. I guess if I can't view the chat, you know what? Maybe the chat is just a distraction anyway. Well, I've got lots of exciting updates here. My goal with these streams is to essentially iterate in the positive direction each week, and I think we've done that again today. Hold up, let me edit this again here. But as you can see, it is still somewhat, how would you say, just kind of bootleg? I don't know what the word is. Here we are. There we go. That should make the footage a little nicer, a little more, well, even. It fills up the screen. All right, so, yeah, what up? Like I said, I'm a bit sick, a bit under the weather. That's all right. We got a puzzle to do. I'm excited for this one. This is the first week we've had one fresh out the box. I feel like this is an unboxing video or something like that. You've seen these on the internet and stuff. But, yeah, I'm just going to roll right through it. I'm excited for this one. I kind of picked this farm one with the sunshine there because where I'm living, man, it is just cloudy, gray, and rainy. And I purchased this earlier today from Walmart. God bless Walmart. And yeah, we're going to get right into it. So, yeah, I've got a few other little things in store for today. Hopefully, I believe this connections per minute should be working. I've got just some smoother operations. Things are coming together. Things are really coming together here in the Puzz with a Buzz ecosystem, if you will, for high quality, excellent puzzle viewing entertainment. So that's what we got going. And fresh out the bag. I guess if there are any pieces missing, I don't know if that's like a nice ASMR sound for you. But if there are any pieces missing, I guess we'll know who to blame. Unlike the previous couple, which were pre-owned, we'll have to blame Rose Art. But I'm not expecting there to be any pieces missing, partially due to the fact that, or at least I think it's a fact, it's written right on the box, that this puzzle is made in the USA. Wow. High quality craftsmanship is to be expected for, I guess, anything made in the USA, right? I mean, most food is made in the USA that's eaten in the USA, I think, except for like foreign snacks, and I guess like olive oil seems to come from Europe and Latin America. But yeah, for the most part, made in USA, that means like stellar craftsmanship. I mean, that's kind of what people expect. Made in the USA, oh, that's the good stuff. Snap-on, you know? Designed by Apple in California. But I don't know, not always necessarily. And I mean, back in the old days, before, I guess, globalization and everything, there was kind of only production in the USA. Right? I mean, yeah. Early days of industrialization, I guess there was just production in the U.S. and everything was as it was and decent enough and maybe not stellar or exceptional, but also I don't know, not crappy. I don't know. I wonder about those products that were made in the early days. I mean, it seems like everyone kind of always says like they just don't make it like they used to. You know, that's what everyone says about everything. And people have been saying that over and over again for like the last 200, maybe even longer than that, years. So it's kind of funny. It's like they keep making stuff crappier and crappier, it would seem. And that doesn't really make much sense. I mean, we've got iPhones today. You telling me that they used to make phones higher quality than an iPhone 6S? I don't think so, man. Those things are nice. Those things are primo. I mean, anyone can see that. Even still, I think, even still today, I would say, at least I would imagine, an iPhone 1 is like a pretty darn high quality build object. But then again, that's old, so I don't know. And so is an iPhone 17, I think. So I'm getting my pieces flipped here. And yeah, this is a 300-piece puzzle. Our last puzzle was 290 pieces. I believe our connections per minute metric timer thing there should be accurate. Our connections should be accurate. Everything should be going. And we've also got some other interesting tricks up our sleeve today to keep things interesting. I wish I did have the chat here so I could see what others are saying. Let me see if anyone's on. See if I can load this. And maybe I can just read the chat. And I'll definitely have to mute that. Oh, well, also my computer is muted there. But yeah, I see it's like a few seconds behind. It's kind of funny. Anyway, we are live with it. We are walking. We are moving right on down this puzzle estate. And yeah, man, my computational processing in the head region is just not as sharp as on other days, it seems. So you have to forgive me. I just might not be that entertaining. I might not be entertaining ever. But today I might especially be straight up bland. Lord forbid. But as I said, yeah, we've got some other interesting things to spice things up. So you might just be witnessing a lot of puzzle doing, which is, I mean, I don't know, dude. Like, the whole thing about this thing, it's kind of like, I've had this dream. I mean, yeah, not really a dream, but like I've had this idea of doing the puzzle stream for a long time. And it's fun for me, like I said before. But it's I know it's not the most riveting or thrilling activity to watch. Like, you might much rather watch someone play a video game or a sport, or even just like read something. I mean, or talk. It's like a podcast. But I guess my thought with it is it really is just kind of background noise. And even today you'll see, so I guess I'll just kind of explain what some of these other tricks up my sleeve are. Today what I'm going to experiment with, and I'm interested to see what people are thinking about this, not that there's really anyone watching. I think there's like one viewer, and I sent the link here to my parents, so it'll be like one person and my mom watching, which I'm not mad at. But yeah, I guess one of the things here that where was I going with that? Hopefully I can find my strings here, my strands, in this big knit woolen thought fabric. I don't know really where I was, but what I was gonna say is, yeah, one of the things that I've got. Oh yeah, something up my sleeve here. Yes, because yes, it's not the most riveting thing ever, but it's a background noise thing here. Is the thought, and and I don't know. I think there's something to that. Just like a friend that you can kind of have going, just talking with you, some kind of comfort. And I hope to speak good things. I mean, not just hogwash and snake oil and such, but good things. I mean, I want to talk about good things and speak the truth as much as I can and testify of the Lord. I mean, that's a big part of this too, I think, is just to share about what Jesus has done for me. Just being completely honest, that's a big part of things. But I get that, yeah, maybe this context here of puzzle doing, not the very most thrilling thing to see, but it's enough, and it's kind of nice to watch the thing come together, and you got me just talking throughout, and that's all good, and I do think it's cool to kind of just watch the puzzle come together. I mean, you can kind of bank on the fact that like one puzzle is going to be built here in this few hours that we have together. Like this thing that is scattered on the table, you can expect to see it as a completed image, pretty soon here. Assuming my throat holds out and I don't collapse here, because I'm slightly just sort of feels almost like there's a certain amount of fluid that's intended to be in the human body, and it feels like I'm just like maybe 120, maybe like 112% of that amount of fluid is currently in my body. So yeah, I've just taken some Robitussin, which I acquired courtesy of my roommate. I really appreciate that, and it does help a lot. Kind of just eases the throat, eases the body aches a bit. And I'm not going to go super into how I'm feeling, because, I mean, you're here, for some good quality entertainment. You don't want to hear me just complain. If I was going to complain, I might as well just, call up a shrink or something. So, yeah, we're flipping pieces right now. It's always the first step. And what I learned last week, which I'll touch on. Oh yeah. Let me cover this and then I'll move on. What I learned last week is the second step. If the first step is flipping all your pieces, the second step has got to be the edge. I thought last week I had an exception of a puzzle, but no. You gotta do the edge. Don't waste your time. Don't mess around. Don't defy that age-old convention that your granny taught you. Do the edge. Start with the edge, and then move your way inward, or start in other places too. That is the ancient puzzle way, the way that the puzzle sages have taught and passed down from generation to generation. And that's just the best way. Simple. It's almost like a golden rule of puzzle doing. And I'm sorry to blow my nose. Should I do this on the stream? You know what? It's like an intimate part of the experience, okay? I'm blowing my nose. I'm a bit sick. It's just part of it, all right? And I'll try to make this, kind of clean. Not that you have to watch too closely. I'm going to blow my nose. Now, I could talk for a few minutes on nose blowing technique, but I won't go there right now. What I wanted to explain, which I touched on earlier, I didn't get to because I got a little sidetracked, is right now uh, there's a 25-minute timer going. So I'm hoping that it's gonna go off and I'll be able to hear it through my computer here. And then what I'm gonna do is take a 5-minute break from the puzzle and switch the scene in OBS so I think you'll be able to view it, and do a 5-minute drawing in Adobe Illustrator. So that's the plan. I hope it'll work. I hope you'll still be able to hear me and everything. We can try it out for today, and if it's not that great, then, well, that's okay. So, yeah, I'm just flipping pieces right here. And then, yeah, that's the plan. So I'll go 25 minutes of puzzling, and then 5 minutes of drawing, and then 25 minutes of puzzling, and so on and so on. And I'll draw just random little things. Maybe I'll draw like things that I've been talking about in the last 25 minutes, or I'll draw recommendations or suggestions from people. I do like to draw. I will be drawing with like my finger on the touchpad in Adobe Illustrator with like the blob brush tool. So it won't be super in depth, and it'll also only be 5 minutes. So just little sketches, something to kind of, I don't know, mix things up. And partially it's for me too, because last week one of the things that I was finding was just like when you're doing, I guess, anything really, like you just can get your brain like fed up with what you're doing. Like I remember actually I was just in a thrift store the other day, and one of the guys who was there was saying like, man, like I got to get out of here. I spent too much time in this place, and I don't even know what I'm looking at. Like, and that's true. And it's that way with anything. Like in a thrift store, you start to lose track of like what is a plate. Like your brain gets overstimulated with plates, and you're like, what is even a plate? And I think here, even with the puzzles, you're like start to get overstimulated, and you're like, what is even a jigsaw puzzle piece? What is even a connection? Well, I hope this puzzle will fit on my little table here. I've got a good amount of room here, but I'm not totally sure. But we'll do what we can, and hopefully it'll work out. So boom, I think we kind of passed on now. We're past the flipping stage. That is successfully completed. And I'm finding corners here, which is nice. I did choose this puzzle, I'm not going to lie, partially because it looked somewhat easy. That's the first connection. Oh, by the way, so about the connections, had this whole like brain wrestle thing with a man skilled in mathematics. Not kidding about that, he's like a math major. And we concluded, in order to make the puzzle connection, counter accurate, and have it be the appropriate number of pieces when it's at 100%. Basically, for this thing to work, we have to pick one piece as the first piece and mark that as a connection. Whoops, let me make sure this is going. Hit this. Okay. So yeah, we have to pick one piece as the start. So we'll say this piece right here, that is connection 1 by itself. Like putting it down, that starts us off. That gives us one connection. We're at 0.05 connections per minute. And with every subsequent connection, that'll give us, of course, another. But also when we connect the chunks. So unlike last week, this week when we connect the chunks, that also will be another connection. So I was mistaken about that. But the proper and right way that it should be is we start with one, which we've just done, and each time we do a connection, we'll add that in. Even when it's two like islands being linked up. And I'll have to use my judgment because I think there are some like fringe cases that could arise, but we'll figure that out when we get there. So yeah, I'm like I said, I'm beginning with the edges as best as I can, learning from my mistakes from the previous week, and actually doing the edges. And yeah, like I said, I kind of picked this puzzle because it looked a little easier, and I'm partially, blaming that on the fact that I am a bit sick. I don't want to keep saying that. I know it's annoying and it's kind of just like a buzzkill. But yeah, I figured if I want to come on here, what I might as well do is like make it a little easier so that, I don't know, at the very least, like we can get through it quickly and kind of, I don't know, just it's more fun too if you're able to make connections quicker. One thing that I found actually about this puzzle too, or one thing that I found about puzzles in general, I guess, in these previous couple of weeks of doing this, is, dude, not having the box, like not knowing the image, is very, very difficult. So I'm still riding through on the plan to not look at the box. I don't want to look at the box, but at least now what I'm gonna I think do is, well, actually I do have the box right here in front of me. I'll flip it over. I'm not gonna look at it. It's like upside down. I can't really tell anything about it, but it's tough, I guess is what I was trying to say, when you don't have the box and you don't know what you're building. Um, it's like so hard because you're like, is this, like, what is this? And you're like, your brain starts concocting these different, like, situations and circumstances and ideas for the way that it could be. And it's just, man, it's tough. So, um, I, what I think I'm gonna do is look at the box, like know what it is that we're making, and just like not look at the box during the actual build. And I think that's like a fairly solid, agreeable, like conservative, but it's like a good middle of the lane puzzle doing practice or procedure. Like it's 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 like sorry, I was just checking on the viewers and everything. Um, yeah, it's like it honestly feels like politically moderate in some weird way. Like it's down the center of the line. I'm still gonna look at the box, um, so that's like kind of hedging it a bit or kind of making things easier. But I'm not gonna look at the box during the actual build. So I feel like that's a pretty good place, at least to start to make my standard, so to speak. So that's what I'm gonna do. So yeah, um, if you're just now joining, because I see we have a few more viewers now, um, this is Puzz with a Buzz. We build a puzzle and we talk and have a good old time. This week we're going to be doing some drawing. I'm excited for that. I do like to draw. I think I've mentioned that a couple times um, in previous episodes. Yeah, I do like to draw. It's always just kind of been like a comforting thing for me. Um, I don't know, a way to express myself, I guess. When I was younger, I had this friend who was like a much better drawer than me. And I was always quite jealous of him, to be completely honest. And it hurt, man. I think it kind of it put like dangerous and unhelpful, uh, I guess, thoughts into my head about like, whoops, disconnected those. Dangerous and unhelpful thoughts in my head about, I don't know, I would just get so intense on myself, like to get myself to kind of like, I don't know, do better drawings. And I would get so frustrated when they weren't great or whatever, and I really regret a lot of that, to be honest. And I guess through becoming an adult and growing in a lot of different areas, um, I don't know, learning and kind of uncovering that and healing from all that stuff of your youth has been good. And I don't know, it's kind of impossible to not have some difficulties, I think, in your youth. Like I was talking about that once before on here. It's like it's just crazy, dude. We just kind of like let kids do their thing, and like kids they're just like un I don't know, man. They're just, they're like unbound. Ooh, okay, so that's the time right here. All right, so where are we? All right, so boom, we're gonna start this 5-minute timer. I'm gonna go Boom. Sorry, I know that looks super weird. Alright, I hope you can see this Illustrator file. What I'm going to do is zoom in. I think what I'm going to draw is I'm just going to draw a pencil. So my thought is I'll do, let me just go back to OBS really quick, make sure you can hear me. It looks like you can. Okay, going back, sorry. So I think what I'm going to draw for this 5-minute interval here is, and man, that timer is pretty aggressive, is I'm just going to draw, yeah, a pencil. And yeah, I'm drawing with my pointer finger, so it's kind of tough, but I can use the undo key, I guess. And yeah, we got our blob brush. Let's start this first one off with red, a bold color to get things going. So yeah, I'm just going to do a pencil. Doesn't have to be perfect. Kind of just gonna, you know, it's like a cartoon pencil. And I guess in the spirit of what I was just talking about with growing and undoing the traumas of childhood, I'm just gonna sort of chill out. Like, I'm not totally vibing with the way this is looking, but that's okay. And they always do the tip like that. Yeah, maybe I'll make like the whole thing like a bunch of faces. But yeah, yeah, man, kids are just crazy. Kids are just like, they're just like raw plutonium or some crap like that. They're kind of dangerous. But they're also, I don't know, they're dangerous and like they run into each other and create these insane reactions, which seem to be irreversible, or I mean, at least they're like pretty intense. But I don't know, man. You also like, I don't know. It's just like it's impossible to not kind of come out of childhood with some kind of pain, I think. Like to come out of, yeah, the time of being a boy or a girl. It's just a time of difficulty. It's a time of intensity, I think. Like both good and bad. I mean, you can think about the summers. So many people like to think about that, at least in the States. We think about how long were the summers, you know? How long were the summers? It's like growing up, summer felt like it was forever. That's almost like such a cliche to say now. You almost can't even say it. It's so corny, but it's true. Like it seemed like the summers did last forever. I remember one time, just a random, tiny summer memory. Before I was even in school, I remember my older brother coming home. My mom was staying home with us at that time before she went back to work, and yeah, my mom and my brother were telling me like, yeah, Tyler's coming home now, and he's not going back to school for like a long time. And I was like, what? That's awesome. And like, I don't know, it just felt like this whole saga, this whole adventure that you had in the summer, and there were always new things, and it was just like this eternity. And I guess, I don't know, I mean, even still thinking about it, 2.5 months or 2 months or whatever, it is a lot of time. I mean, a lot can happen in like 2 months or 3 months, 2.5 months, whatever. And yeah, I don't know. So here's this pencil guy. I'm trying to think if it would be good to do these little lines. I've drawn a lot of pencils. There's kind of like an algorithm for it. Like I'm just kind of adding all the details that you sort of have to add. And yeah, he's sort of just a little interesting character. I like that to be more connected. So yeah, looks like our time is just about up. Maybe I'll add some more of these. Little shading in there. Oh, there it is. So I'm to OBS here. And boom, what up? We're back. And boom, we're back in it. Now we got 25 more minutes. And my thought with doing it in these 25-minute and 5-minute intervals is it's like a Pomodoro timer. So maybe you've heard of that. It's kind of like a buzzwordy kind of thing right now. But my thought is, yeah, like if other people are working or whatever, they can sort of listen in. It's like I'll just be rambling and just sort of slowly building this puzzle, which isn't that interesting to watch during the 25 minutes that maybe they also would be working. And then, and then if they want, when the 5-minute timer comes, and that's when they would take their break too, they can get up and just watch me, draw something a little more active. So that's kind of the thought there. And again, I don't really know. Don't know how that'll come together. But that was my thought. So you can arrest me for having thoughts. Saint 1984, boy. It's past 1984. Was that book written so that, 1984 would be some ways in the future? Was that book written, in the 50s? Because it talks about, surveillance. I remember reading part of it. There were so many books in, high school that I read, or that I was supposed to read, but didn't, or, I don't even know. It's all mixed up. I'm trying to kind of go back and, I guess, fix my literary library, my internal literary library, or whatever. But, yeah. Too bad my voice isn't too bad I don't have that smoker voice right now. I guess if I did this in the morning, I probably would. But then I'd also be hacking up all kinds of abominable things. And you don't want that. This Robitussin is doing me well for the moment, but there's just a lot going on in this little region. You know what I mean? A lot going on in there right now. So, yeah, like I said, I sent the link to join the stream today to my parents. Shout out to them. We were talking about it earlier this week. I just told them that I've been doing this. It's kind of a fun thing for me. And I was telling them about, even when my roommate would walk by in previous episodes of this, I would, it was this is what I told them, there was this gravitational vortex. It's so interesting how this works in us, and maybe it's wrong. I mean, maybe it shouldn't be this way. I kind of think it shouldn't. But it was interesting how when he would even just walk by my door outside when I was talking, I would, so quickly, automatically, and powerfully be influenced to change my speech and to just kind of change my whole system so that it aligned, with his perspective, I don't really think that's good. I think the Lord Jesus was, impartial, and he spoke the same to everyone, I think. But it's also good to speak differently to different people. So I'm torn on this thing, to be honest. Or I haven't fully understood it, I think. So I don't know. It's an interesting thing. But yeah, that was just the case when my roommate walked by. So now I was talking to them if my mom joins the chat and starts dropping, pogs in the chat or whatever, I'm just gonna be affected by that, dude. I'm not gonna know how to speak. So maybe I'm actually kind of glad that I can't view the chat right now. I'm just gonna kind of treat it as though it's just me, sort of. I'm just having a good old time. Just I'm having I've had a few, sick days here, like I've said. Just been sleeping all day the past few days, which is nice, honestly. And I realized something crazy. I was at work on Wednesday, though I was beginning to feel pretty heavily the the effects of the sickness, um, and I remember like how greatly I longed for the couch, my bed. I'm not normally sitting on the couch, but I am right now while I'm sick, and I remember like how sweet it appeared in my head, and how utterly sweet it was to just lay down in a fetal position, um, when I finally got home and was able to clock out for the night. I mean, it was just like wonderful. And it's been honestly like, though my body has been hurting, I've been greatly comforted by the Lord ultimately, and that's true. Um, but laying in that bed has been just nice. Like, I don't know, it's just kind of felt like a safe haven, kind of, and I don't know, that's been really nice. I guess I'll narrate a little bit more what I'm doing here in the puzzle sphere. You can see I'm kind of starting to, I am doing the edges, as I said, and I'm kind of starting to group them. So I see this is a corner and this is a corner, and I'm thinking that this is kind of the sky. And yes, okay, I did just glance at the box here. But I'm gonna lean forward and flip this thing over here. Just gonna flip that. All right, now I can't see it. It's totally out of the question. I'm not looking at the box. But yeah, my thought is that these are kind of the sky, and that's kind of obvious, so I don't feel terrible for doing that. But I'm kind of grouping the different edge types together, and my hope is that'll make it a little quicker for me to put everything together. Let me check on the chat here, see if anyone's saying anything. And, oh yeah. Okay, good, we got some peeps. Alright, cool. Yes, what up, peeps? Alright, sorry. Yeah, I was just checking the chat. I wish I had it here available on my thing. I wonder, is there something I'm doing wrong? I don't want to mess anything up here, but I don't get why. Okay. I really would like to have the chat. Yeah, maybe I just can't right now. Well, okay, that's fine. And it's not in there or anything, is it? Studio mode. Okay, no. Alright, I'm just gonna keep cracking along on this. Yeah, I'm hoping that I'll be able to finish this one a little quicker than the last one. 7 hours, dude, that was a marathon, and one that I'm not particularly proud of having gone through. So, and I don't know if I could literally physically do that. Like my voice might just give out. So, yeah, I'm gonna try and, I don't know, be a little swifter on this. And yeah, I might be a little bit more stupid for the puzzle, as I've said in previous weeks. And just, oops, that's only one connection. Yeah, it might just be a little bit more stupid for the puzzle, narrating a little less, and just going for it. Because, yeah, I just have physical constraints this week. That's all there is to it. And here's an interesting thing. A pastor at a church that I used to go to said anything worth doing is worth doing poorly, which is interesting. The original saying, you maybe have heard it, anything worth doing is worth doing well. And that's kind of true too, But so is this other thing, that anything worth doing is worth doing poorly. It's almost like it's like I guess to explain that perspective, it's more like you just sort of like if you're gonna do it, you should be fine doing it poorly. I mean, that's obvious. My brain, man, it's like it feels like I don't have like it's just like a sword, and the sword is blunt. That's kind of what it feels like. Like it's like a rusty old blade right now. It's flopping around in my hand. It's not sharp. My brain does not feel sharp right now. I'm sorry, but I'm not. I don't want to blame it either. And I know the Lord can provide, but yeah, it's like anything worth doing is worth doing poorly. Like if something's worth doing, like just do it, even if you can't really be perfect about it, I guess. So it's kind of a thing on perfectionism, um, and kind of like idolatry, honestly, in some ways, because it's like I don't know, you don't have to go crazy on certain things. Like sort of you can just sort of do stuff, and like be okay if it's not perfect. And that's kind of one thing I'm trying to also implement here with this whole stream thing, because it's far from perfect. I mean, it's far from where I'd like it. I've got tons of ideas to make this thing look especially pretty cool, and just some interesting ways to spice things up, but it's far from that right now. And yeah, I'm just kind of learning to be content with that. Like I'm just sort of doing it, just kind of getting my hands dirty, so to speak, and keeping going. And that's like, I guess the theme of the whole thing is keeping on going. And I hope you've been able to benefit from that perspective in some way. Which is, again, another reason why I thought, I better stream today, because even when I'm sick, I just want to have that perspective to keep going, like to keep persevering. And yeah, if I let a little bit of sickness stop me, then how could I claim to be one who perseveres and doesn't give up? So yeah, that's where we're at. I guess I'll talk about the puzzle a little more. Edge is coming along. Ooh, there's a stray unflipped piece. Yeah, I do think this puzzle will be slightly easier. It seems like we already are doing a bit better. I guess in the future I'll be able to use the CPM, connections per minute, as kind of a gauge for like, oh, okay, so that's a clue for how quickly I'm doing this, and I expect, yeah, it'll kind of, well, what will it do? I don't know if it'll start slow and speed up. Will it? Will it start slow and speed up? It'll start super slow. I know that because, yeah, there's like a period where, something like that. And I know I don't want to get too caught up. Right? Because, yeah. Wait a sec. How am I on? Oh, shoot. It hasn't been marking them. Oh, man. Alright, I'm sorry. I gotta count the connections again. Here's 1, 2, or 1. Okay, I see that. I gotta remember to click back on this program. Yeah, let me count out my connections here again. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Sorry, let me do one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I believe that's accurate. Hopefully I won't make that mistake again. So I'm going to take us up to 19. And yes, that will probably throw off my CPM a bit in the short run, but in the long run, I don't think it's going to matter much. And now I think it should be right. But we'll see as time goes on. And it's okay if it's a little off. That's again going with the theme that I'm working on here. Just keep on moving, keep on trucking. What was I talking about? Something kind of deep and good, I think. I don't know. I'm excited for this puzzle. It's got some different pieces. I'm hoping that it'll be a little easier. Oh yeah, I think I was thinking about my connections per minute and what it's gonna do. I'm trying to see if I could like theorize that sort of the graph of what it'll do in my head. Because yeah, it'll start off super slow because you're flipping the pieces. You don't get any connections when you're doing that. Maybe one if you're, or one or a couple or something. But and yeah, those ones went. But then you get a few, but the edges are kind of easy, so it might pick up a little bit. But also, the more time that goes on, like you can't drastically impact your connections per minute as much. So, sorry, I'm thinking so hard about this, it skews my face, I think. But yeah, man, the Lord is good. What more could I possibly have to say? Let's see. I think I got that one too. Is this right? Alright, and it's coming together pretty nicely. I think we could even hit some kind of record on this thing, because I'm feeling pretty good about it so far. Seems to be coming together with speed and excellence. And yeah, it is, as I've said, yeah, much easier puzzle. I don't know if I'd want more challenging puzzles though. Like, the point isn't really a difficult puzzle. I might want to go a little longer and choose, a little bit bigger puzzles. But even then, I would honestly kind of want them to be a little easier. I just don't think it makes much sense. It's not really that fun to watch. There's one more. Like, just struggling. It's more fun to just watch the thing come together. But I don't know. I mean, maybe my puzzle skill needs to increase. So there's something to be said about that. And I get that. But, But I don't know, man. Okay, I'm thinking this is like this. But yeah, easier puzzles. I mean, you want to see the thing coming together. Look, we're almost already at 10%. It's like, it hasn't even been an hour. Well, no, but it's as I always say, the further you go, the quicker they come. Am I right? Am I right, people? The further you go, the quicker they come. And that means, the connections. So, don't get it twisted. Twisted, Satan tries to twist things. Tries to make something that's good and bad seem like just two of the same option. If that makes any sense. It ain't good. No, sir, it ain't. Not even a little. Yeah, let me see if I can keep rolling on this. So yeah, to tell you the truth, I mean, oh no, I'm not gonna say that. I've got this microphone hooked up, or actually, it's not hooked up. But oh, here's another one. But yeah, I don't want to share about it right now. I've got so many ideas to make this thing, more excellent, and I hope to induce or activate those ideas soon. Oops. But in the meantime, you're just gonna have to bear with me and know that you who are watching now are the true fans, and there will be a kind of glory for you because you were there at the beginning. Or maybe there will only ever be like 20 fans, and then even still, you'll get that glory of some kind, in some way. So stick with me, folks. Stick with me. Invest here. It's like an investment. All this stuff is like an investment. You invest in music. You invest in what you watch, kind of. You really kind of do. It's kind of like, sort of like, there's a show, The Bear, that I've been watching. I've talked about it a couple times on here. It's pretty good, honestly. But I only realized that it was good after, like, midway through the second season. I honestly kind of feel like if others hadn't told me that it gets good, it gets good. I don't really like using the word good for a lot of things. Let me grab a drink. This is water, by the way. And the buzz in the title refers to the buzz cut. And I've got this cap on like SpongeBob when he has the suds, because I too have the suds at the moment. I really like SpongeBob. Let me keep going on what I was saying. The Bear. I feel like if some people hadn't told me that The Bear was so good, I really would have, I don't know, I might have just stopped watching it altogether because I wasn't really feeling it. Like, people said it's intense, and so I was really looking for that intensity, and I wasn't really seeing it. I'm like, yeah, it's not really that intense. Like, it's kind of like pretend intense. But then, like, midway through the second season, I'm like, whoa, no, it gets intense and realistic intense. And so, I don't know, it's kind of like anyone who invested and said that the show was good toward the beginning, having not, seen that part yet. I don't know. Like, they get a kind of glory, or they get some kind of bump of some kind. It's weird, but it's kind of true. So I don't know. I don't know what to make of that. So I'm gonna keep rolling here. Some rooster stuff or something looks like. Man, there's quite a few edges over here. I kind of hid them away without thinking about it. Oh, wait a second. Oh, no, I think this is the bottom. But yeah, that's got to be the top. Okay. Some light stuff. Or maybe a cow, which I think I remember the cow. See, this is again middle of the road. I think I remember the cow being on the left. So I'm gonna kind of throw that over there, and I think this is actually, oh, okay, some pathway stuff. No. Okay. I think this is somewhere. There we are. Oops. Just checking on that. So yeah, I don't know, and everything is kind of like that. Like, and I don't know. It doesn't really matter that much, and it's annoying when people really think about it. Like, they're like, dude, I loved them before they were cool. It's like, yeah, okay. We don't really care that much. One example of that for me is like Frank Ocean. I kind of liked that guy before he was really popular. Let me go here. Yeah, I kind of liked Frank Ocean before he was super popular. All right, here we go. Boom. Sorry. All right, so now my idea with this, that one was red, but now this one will be orange. And now I think what I'll draw, let's see, what have we been talking about? Any suggestions in the chat? Check on the chat. Oh shoot, I shouldn't do that, sorry. I'll have to check next time. I'm gonna draw Frank Ocean as the ocean. So, you know, he's got the classic waves. And then he's got a big old swoopy. And yeah, my idea with this is I can keep coming back to this same document, and it'll be nice because alright, this is kind of whack, but whatever. It'll be nice because, yeah, it'll sort of build up over time. And it is tough just drawing with my pointer finger here. I do have one of those Wacom tablets, or maybe it's Wacom. But I couldn't find it today, so again, like I said, I just decided to send it. Oh, what is this, man? I'm not really feeling this. Just kind of this. I guess we can kind of do this. Spice it up a little. Add some detail. Yeah, maybe it's like more, the puzzling time is the time when I talk, and then the drawing time is more the time when I don't know, like visually do stuff. And maybe that's kind of how it is. I don't even know what this is like. So this is Frank Ocean. I'm not really digging this, but I'm gonna keep rolling with it. Let's just add a little fish in here. See that? A couple little fishies in there. After all, it is the ocean. And some kelp down here. SpongeBob really popularized the word kelp, I think. Kelp for brains. Yeah, I do really like SpongeBob. I was watching it the other day, actually. It's just quite brilliant. I don't want to idolize it, man. Some of these cartoons got demons, bro. But that's a thing for another time. Yeah. It kind of looks like stretch marks, I feel like. Not that there's anything wrong with that. The Lord makes us all, and there's beauty in all kinds of things. Alright, well, there's something. Frank Ocean as an ocean. Let me do this. Just kind of clean it up. Very much digging it. I gotta remember to click on the OBS again. Alright, transfer back over. Alright, I'm not disliking that too much. Let me add some drips. Oops. See some drippy drops. Maybe not. Alright, that's the time. I'm not really a huge fan of that, but boom. Alright, go back over to that. Oh yeah, it automatically corrects. Alright, so okay, so good. So it is showing. It looks like it might be a little like skewed, like looks like you're only showing the what up guys? Oh, I see my friend here. Oh, Mohawk. All right, you got it. Next one's gonna be a Mohawk. I'll have to remember that. All right, but we're hopping back into it. Anyway, that really is a good way to just sort of refresh the brain, just kind of recoup, just sort of get things back on track. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, I was kind of talking about investments and like, there's these kind of investments in different kinds of media and really all kinds of things. Like a lot of things work in this way of investing. And I have the perception right now that if I had a little more brain capacity, I'm going to stop saying that. It's just not any fun. So let's think back on this puzzle here again. And this is fun. This is very, very fun. Who invented the jigsaw puzzle? I have... Oh, did it go? No, it didn't. Boom. Alright, we're locked back in. I have a lot to... there we go. To thank that guy for. And I assume it's a guy. Though maybe it's some lady somewhere, but... who knows? Not quite. Looks like there's one more in between. Oh, this might be it. Yeah, this puzzle is quite a bit easier than the previous one that I did. I mean, that one was difficult. Like, I've done a good number of puzzles in my day. And I have to say, I was tired, I remember, so that might have played some factor, but that was a tough puzzle. Like, very tough. So, I ain't even mad about it. I'm kind of struggling to comprehend here what... oh, here we go. This was like a merger piece. And then it's kind of like... some kind of pathway here, it looks like, in this section. And there's like a grassy area here. And then, yeah, some more grass over there, some flowers. Hard to say. Let me check what the chat's saying again. I'm trying to figure out here. I see Philip Stiller 6386 from UK Mate X. What up, Philip? Much respect, much love. I don't fully understand what that comment means, to be honest. But I appreciate you being here and hang around a while. I do hope you enjoy. Let's see. We're just going to keep moving on the puzzle here. I'm having this effect right now where it almost doesn't seem like... oh, wait a sec. It's not quite seeming like there's enough edge pieces. Like, it seems like the bottom is pretty full and the top is pretty full. But it seems like there's not enough edge pieces here to make a full puzzle. I mean, that's what it's seeming like, though. Of course, I'm not expecting that to be the case. But, we'll just keep moving, I guess. Could this be... oh, perhaps this is like this. It goes in like this. And that seems to be the case. Perhaps that even moves up into there. And it does, and we're making good progress now on our edge. Could this be like that? Not quite. Looking for another cow edge piece. Maybe we had one. These are pieces. I stacked them up over there. Before we build our barn, we must build our border. If you build a barn, the bulls will abide. By where there are no oxen, the crib is clean, but by the strength of the oxen comes much abundance. That's some scripture for you. And that's one of those ones that I found to be so true in so many cases. It's kind of like, it's almost like, yeah, I mean, things are clean and neat and easy if you're not actually doing anything. But when you start doing stuff, man, it gets messy. But you kind of have to have it be messy in order to get abundance, to grow. So it's not something you should really fight. Though, I mean, actually, you should fight it. You should try to keep things clean. You really need to. But, I mean, just kind of part of things that it's going to be a little messy sometimes. That's a part of growing. And improving and gaining, I think. So, I'm not sure what this thing is here. See that? I'm not sure what that one is. Or where it goes. Looks like almost autumn leaves, or leaves of some kind. Maybe it's kind of over here, therefore. Oh, there's another edge piece. Up top one, looks like. Okay, maybe I put that. Okay. That looks like some autumn leaves too. You can kind of see it. Okay. And yeah, I'm gonna have to actually build this thing. So could it be we're not actually? Wait a sec. No way, it's like that, is it? Oh my gosh, it is. Huh. Well, that's a nice little connection. Boop. And yeah, after, like I said, after some deep, complex mathematical discussion between my friend and I, we concluded, oh, and AI helped too, that yeah, even when you connect the big chunks together, you still have to do just one connection. It's weird, but that's the way it's got to work. And I apologize for that cough. As I've said many times now, I don't like to repeat, but I feel that I must. I've got a bit of a cold here. I'm trying to power through it and provide this high quality puzzling content for you, whom I love. Let's see what the chat's saying. Okay, not much new in the chat. But hey, we got a few viewers, and I'm down with that. I'm always down with that. We're hanging out here, you and I. Yes, you. Yes, you. Mm-hmm. Yep, you. Yep, you. Uh-huh. Yeah. Well, I'm excited for a lot of things. Partially, I'm excited for next week. I'm hoping that I'll be in better health, though, as the Lord wills it, truly. I'm hoping to be in better health, and hopefully, yeah, we'll just be a bit more vibrant, man. Can really get into some wacky stuff with you. That I'm excited for. But you know what? Why spend your time always looking for the future? What we've got here is good. I mean, we've got a good thing going, do we not? We get to just chill out, do this puzzle, or at least watch me do this puzzle, and hang out. It's nice. It's a digital hangout. Well, like digital style, as I've said before. I'm seeing a connection potentially that goes somewhere over there. like it maybe somewhere like that or something. Yeah, a lot more puzzle talk, I think, right now. Ooh, this was like the sunshiny piece. Oops, that's not a fresh connection. There's a unique one. I think it's over there. Okay, very good, very nice. And that looks like the kind of the edge of that. I guess you can't really see it. That seems like the edge of that stick right there. I guess a stick connected to a tree is often called a branch. Jesus had some words about that. He says, "Abide in me, and I in you, as a branch abides in the vine. So must you abide in me," or something like that. But he says, like, pardon me there for blowing my nose. You know, if a branch does not abide in the vine, it's like a stick, you know, it's dried out. And what do you use sticks for? Burning in the fire, man. And he's kind of saying, like, if we don't link up with him, that true power source, what good is it? Like, you're going to start drying out. Like, if you don't link up with that power source, you're just wasting your time. Like, you're just burning up whatever you've got. I think that's what a lot of people do. And those people who are burning up what they've got seem to be just like having a wonderful time, and they are, but they're burning up what they've got. And if you burn up what you've got, you will not be happy afterward, man. You will be upset. You will regret having done that. And you can see that in some way because those people who burn up, I mean, even like temporary things like, you know, those people who burn up the flesh, you know, they burn up their youth, let's say. How greatly do they regret it? Well, not everyone, though, to be honest, I guess. Like, some people do kind of enjoy or I guess they get into this vibe, like, I don't regret one of those stupid things that I did because it's the memories. And actually, I think there's, like, some goodness to that. But the real truth, like, you don't need to be dumb to get good memories. Not saying that it's dumb. I mean, you don't need to be, I guess, reckless or destructive to get the good memories. Like, you also had good memories, like climbing trees as a kid. I guess that was reckless too. That's fair, but someone's talking on Discord here. I'm not gonna check Discord, but I do want to check the chat. I see, looks like a happy little tree. Yes, indeed, we got some happy little trees in this here puzzle. And if you're just tuning in, I welcome you. And I'll give a reminder. I'm feeling a bit under the weather, so I'm sorry for that. I wish I had more gusto in me at the moment, but we're trying to get on through it, and we're doing the best we can. And we're making connections fairly quickly. I'm feeling quite good about the rate at which this is going. Lots of things coming together here in this puzzle. Lots of exciting things. And it's good. It's really quite good. Looks like we got some more stuff. Yeah, this one, now, like I said, I'm really now convinced that the way to do these things is you've got to start with the edge. There's just no other way. It is ancient puzzle wisdom for a reason. Oh, here we go. Just wondering where that guy went. Looks like that one goes there. And we're keeping on moving. And we keep on down the line. So let's see here. I'm a bit confused. Maybe I muddled this up too much. Oh, here we go. There's that. There's that. And I think these must connect somewhere nearby there. So it's starting to take shape, you can see. Don't want to push any pieces off the edge into the shadowed realm. That wouldn't be good. But I'm going to keep on looking here. Keep finding some edge pieces. I guess I'm missing some. There must be at least one over here because these don't go. And neither do these. And neither do this, right? No. So there's got to be some other flowery edge pieces. And that's flower with a W, don't get it twisted. I saw this brilliant video on the internet the other day. And there are many brilliant videos, like, yes, some may say the arts are in a pitiable state, to put it in a proper way or something. But, I don't know, man. A lot of internet content, in my opinion, is like cutting edge. I mean, it's new, it's fresh, it's smart. Like, there's some really clever stuff out there. And I'm glad to be able to witness it. So, but yeah, this guy was talking about the origin of bread. And he just had this funny, I don't know, whole shtick about it. It was pretty good. About this guy who gives this princess some flowers, but it was wheat. And then, I mean, you have to go and watch it, but yeah, he gave her, let's see if I can recall it, like, he gave her some flowers, but they were wheat. And then, I don't even want to really try and repeat it. I don't want to do it injustice, but it was funny. You should check it out. The origin of bread. And the whole thing is just a joke. Looking for one more edge piece. I'm pretty confident it's in here somewhere. That looks like maybe that one. That's good. Maybe that'll link up with this soon-ish. I think there are a few other edges now, I'm starting to think. Are there some over here? Where are we? But yeah, there really are a lot of interesting things on the internet. I mean, you can just watch and watch and watch. And I don't know if that's good. I don't know. I mean, you know, it's something we've striven for. Like, we built it. We wanted to make it. And now we have, man. The infinite watching cycle is here. It's been here for a good number of years now. But of course it destroys people, and that's not good at all. And I talked a bit in previous weeks about how there is junk food and health food for all good things. That's at least how I see it. And junk food is good in the moment, but it hurts you in the long run. And TikTok, man, and Reels, it is junk food. And so it's nice to have, just like an abundance of Twinkies are nice to have, and we have those too. We've got Twinkies out the wazoo, but if you just let yourself go and eat them constantly, man, you will not be feeling good pretty darn soon. Because the best things come from health of the mind, the heart, the soul, and the body. So it kind of works on all the different levels. Hope some of that is making some amount of sense. And if not, you know what? I'm just here rambling, and that's quite alright. I can ramble, not make a lick of sense, and I can just move right on, and I can talk about kittens or something like that. Oh, here we go. So we're coming on down the stretch, but yeah, there's gotta be some more edge pieces. How am I missing them? And again, we're running into this thing where I'm sure if you're watching, you might be screaming out that the edge pieces are like right there. How do I not see them? Ah, there's one. Looks like that's that. That's that. So we're looking for that now. Maybe just one more there. And okay, we're pretty good on size here, actually. Scooch that just a bit. Scooch this just a bit. And it's all coming together pretty darn good. One of the things in the future that I'd like to have is some kind of little intermission or celebratory thing once the edge gets completed, because it's an important milestone, you see. Last week I was eating that soft pretzel that my friends got me, and that was kind of my celebration for reaching certain milestones. But this one's going quite a bit quicker. We're already a quarter of the way through, about an hour and a half, and as I always say, you know, the quicker they come, or sorry, the further you go, the quicker they come. And that's true. So we're keeping on moving here. Oop. Oops. Sorry, did some accidental touches there. Actually, it's because I got this thing down here. Man, I'm kind of stumped on this situation. Let me just get it out of there for a sec. So I got that. Where is my... Oh, not super suit. Though I would like to have one of those. Where are the rest of my edge pieces, yo? Do you think yo could be brought into, like, the formal side of the English language? Oh, here's that. So I'll mark that and then mark that. Okay. Yeah, do you think yo could be like a formal word? Like, consider this, yo. From whence has it... Well, of course that... What if somehow English regressed so that we started using thou and thee again? Then the KJV, you know, the King James Version of the Bible, which says like, thou dost and stuff like that, would be like regular English? That'd be crazy. The weird thing that I have noticed though, and I think a lot of, at least people that I've talked to, and I'm sure, like, I'm confident enough about this that I would expect, you know, real professionals, linguists and such, to have commented on this recently, how, and pardon me again for blowing my nose, gotta be done, and I see the timer's about to go off, but all I was going to say with that is language is decaying. And I was just talking about the state of the arts, which I'm kind of saying, like, you might say they're decaying a bit, at least in like the standards and the fundamentals, you know, your triple threat, like in b-ball, they are. But there's new innovation as well. Maybe it's the same way in language, actually, because the nuances of language do seem to be deteriorating. Like, when you read the King James Version of the Bible, or any like old text, even not that old, like 100 years old or less, you'll see that they were more accurate. like they were more distinct. So there's our timer. There we go. All right, so we got to draw another thing here. Oh, I got to do a mohawk. But yeah, language, I think, like, it is deteriorating, but in the same way, it's also innovating. And I think language today is maybe a bit more, let's go like this yellow. It's just maybe a bit more, I don't know, it's like more emotional instead of descriptive or like relational. I don't know. All right, mohawk. Oh, let's see. Let's do like, you know, that classic mohawk. Oh, yeah. Good, pretty good. This is like, did you ever play that game Guitar Hero, dude? You ever play Guitar Hero, dude? Seems like everyone played that Guitar Hero 3 on the Wii, at least in my circles growing up. And there was that guy with the pink mohawk that looked like this. And freaked me out. That whole game kind of freaked me out, man. But it was fun too. I feel like a guy with a mohawk is just going to kind of look like this. And it is tough to draw like this with the pointer finger here. But it's just a nice break, I think, from the... And you know he hasn't slept in days. He's living off all kinds of things, but sleep ain't one of them. Just kind of hit some of that sort of stuff. I don't even know. But yeah, that game was weird, dude. Guitar Hero 3 just had weird vibes. I mean, rock and roll in general just has weird vibes. Like, it's kind of creepy. I don't know, man. Satanic vibes sometimes. But then again, so does this drawing, possibly. No, I don't think it does. It's fine. Oops. Yeah, it's pretty tough to draw with the pointer finger like this, but it kind of makes like a fun, just sort of like, I don't know what the heck this is, man. I guess what you could do is this. You know, if you want to get real technical with it. But, yeah, it's nice to have this little mental break here and just do a quick drawing. It's nice. I feel like he's making up for what he's missing on top with his stellar brows and a little ear piercing there. And that is quite a dude. I guess I'd maybe give him a little, like he's got a little hair. A little bit more. Okay, I think these ones actually go a little too low. My thought is that he's kind of like headbanging, though. You know about headbanging? That's a old rocker term. And there's a timer to get back to the puzzle. Sorry that's so like egregious and just unpleasant to the ear. But is what it is, I suppose. Yeah, let me finish that off. I've got in my, everyday regular old personal life, I've got a lot of different projects that I'm working on. And one very difficult thing, I set timers like that, and I do the Pomodoro sometimes. It's so hard once you get into something to pick it up and transition. And one of the things I've been working on is trying to just snap it off, man, like you're taking a leak. And just pick it up and move on to the next thing, whether you like it or not. You just gotta break it off and keep moving on to the next thing, because it's better that you do. I guess that's really the thing behind it. It's better that you do just move on to the next thing, because you want to give ample time to all your different things. But and it's like John Piper said, many swings with a small axe over time can fell a very large tree. And so consistency, I think, and just staying at it, keeping going, being persistent, those are some, with those, Babe Ruth said, like, it's hard to beat someone who never gives up. So I'm liking that that's kind of becoming a theme of this show, if you could call it a show. Just persistence and keeping on going, because that's something that I respect. And as a Christian too, the Bible talks so much about being patient, and I think the Lord says, like, in your patience will you win your own soul, or something like that. So it's a big deal to be patient, and patience produces, what is it? I think patience produces character? There's this whole thing. I gotta get my Bible quotes down pat. I'm just making sure I didn't drop any. I guess that's the name of the game, or part of the name of it. Let's check on the chat. Oops. Okay. Nice. And we're keeping on going. All right, I'm starting to think, man, I might just want to, at least let me just start clearing some of this out. So let me start doing some of this flowery work over here. That flowery work? I had a friend who was into flowery work. She did flowers for weddings and all kinds of things, and she was good at it. And I always love seeing someone who's really good at a certain job they do, because you can just kind of like, I don't know, man, you can just sort of like see it on them. There's just this grace that the Lord gives someone who's done something for a long time. And I loved watching her do the flowers, and she would just put them together, and it's like Bob Ross, There's a guy who's got a grace to paint, and she had the grace to paint in flowers. So yeah, I always enjoyed watching her do that. I only got the chance to do it a couple times, but yeah, it was cool. You get what I'm saying with that? I've talked about it a bit before, but it's like when somebody has been doing something for a long time, it really does seem like the materials they work with just are pleased to conform themselves to the image of their worker, of that creator. like, the flowers were pleased to fall under my friend's plan for them. And I've known woodworkers who, or for whom, the wood was pleased to fall under his plan. At least that's how it looks, and it really does look that way. Like, it's crazy. Does this go here? I think it does. I'm gonna count it. Earlier I was talking about, yeah, we're counting now, even when large islands are connected, we're counting that as a single connection. It honestly starts to melt your brain a little bit, you know, cook your noodle. If you start thinking about, like, what should be counted as a connection, like, how do you get it just right so that the total number of connections equals the total number of pieces, and, like, it's hard to think about, to be honest, but I'm pretty sure we've got it straight now. You just got to start with one. Start with one, start with one connection, pick a piece and call that connection number one. And then from there, each time you connect any chunks or pieces together, you just got to call that another connection. And I do think that solves it. Speaking of solving it, just found a couple more edge pieces buried down here somewhere. And we're getting pretty darn close, aren't we? Whoops, I didn't mark a couple of those. I think it was like 1, 2, 3, 4. Man, I gotta be on my A game here, man. So we're just looking for that final edge piece. What did I do with it? I think I almost remember. No, I think I was thinking about that piece before. But, because yeah, these don't. No, I don't think these go. My table does have a bit of a crack right here. I might. Yeah, for your sake, actually. Let me do it. I'm going to scoot these. Oh, I dropped one. Into the depths. Yeah, I think I'm going to attempt a toe grab here. And it's different from the skateboarding term, or surfing, if you're into those scenes. Yeah, I guess if I keep going on this, one other thing I'd like to do, and I need to write this down. You know, I had some ideas in one of the previous streams, and I wanted to write them down, and I lost them. I gotta go back and, like, listen to the whole thing so I can find those ideas, whatever I was saying. But one more idea is to make a table that has edges so the pieces don't fall off. That'd be nice to have. Alright, I'm just trying to take a small sip whenever I need one to just keep this thing lubricated. And yeah, let me keep moving this over just so that you can get a better centered view. And I think it's pretty good. Like, you can mostly see the pieces and the detail. I would like to have a slightly higher quality stream someday, but I ain't complaining. There's one more. Did that go? Yeah. So then you can really see the details, because that'd be cool. Alright, that's pretty good like that. Now we'll just bring this all over. Yeah, it's kind of a mess, but as I've just said, shoot, gonna have to do some more toe grabbing. By the strength, or where there are no oxen, the crib is clean. But by the strength of many oxen is much abundance. Alright, so now it's nice and centered for you. That should be helpful for your enjoyment of this. Let me grab these with my toes. Kinda. I got some wool socks on, so it's like trying to, I don't know, dial your friend on the phone with a pair of mittens on. Hard to really get in there, but I think I can do it. I've also got some nice carpet in here. A bedroom really ought to have carpet, I say. And I'm a fan of carpet. I'm even a fan of that thick 70s carpet stuff, bro. As long as it's not gross, you know. If it's clean, I think it's kind of cool. That's at least how I see it. But, yeah. Alright. I think we've found all of our pieces there. And, yeah, we're moving right along. We're getting close now on the edge. And, yeah, I think I'm going to keep working on these flowers because it seems to be a fruitful little domain to explore. Another good thing about that Pomodoro timer that I've got going is I think it'll help to kind of keep me motivated, because it's kind of like I'm being chased. Like, I know that in about 15 minutes now, that thing's gonna ring. I will have, I want to make some progress in that little stint, so it's good. I need that motivation sometimes. Okay. This gets grassy in a different way. So you got this stuff, see, like, it's like some, almost like pine needles, I guess. It's like some spearmint or something. So that's over there as well. And we got this. Pretty cool, pretty good. I do wonder where that last edge piece is. Should just be kind of orangey, leafy. Oh, there it is. And boom, cue the celebration. Now, Mardi Gras was this Tuesday. That is quite a celebration. I don't think this calls for quite that level, but you can still pull out the, well, it's Friday, so I guess you can pull out the fish fillets from McDonald's. Or wherever you get your fish. Let's see here. Okay, I'm thinking this actually goes like right there. I think, or maybe it goes there. And it does. Boop. All right. Yeah, let me see if I can knock these out just to clear some room too. And I might have to start scooching some of these inside pieces out here. I might want to work on the roosters next, but we'll get to that when we get to it. I'm going to start grinding on this a little bit. Sometimes you got to grind it out till you find it out. And that's what I'm doing. I'm looking for a chunk that has the center of one of these flowers. I'm reminded right now of this song. When I was in elementary school, my 3rd grade teacher was awesome. She inspired me and a lot of my peers in many ways. And, but now that I think about it, the story that I was just thinking of was not, and pardon me again for blowing my nose on stream, it's just a necessity. The story that I'm thinking of was not in 3rd grade, it was in 4th grade. Me and this friend of mine, Steve, we made this flower wrap. And it went like, a pistol's a pistol that doesn't shoot. It looks like a water bottle, this is true. It's a center stalk and it's yellow too. It connects to the stem, which connects to the root. And then, my one friend would like be beatboxing. And, we presented it in front of the class, and it was pretty lit. It was pretty sick. And my teacher liked it, which is cool, too. And it's good, I think, when a kid is passionate about something and a teacher encourages them in it. That is a good thing. And I was passionate about that flower wrap. And I even remember the teacher announced to the class at one point like, all right, everyone, just be careful. Seems like there's a lot of excitement right now. I just don't want anyone to, to like, to get too to get too overexcited or whatever, and step on someone else's work, because I think I was doing that, or I was like running around the classroom, just getting hype over this flower wrap we were creating, and that was fun. Huh, I guess these do go, so I'll mark both of those. 30%, yo. Let's go, bro. Alright. So here's some more of this kind of stuff. Go like that. Looks like it does. Yeah, and that's why I like this puzzle. Or puzzles more like this too, because there's lots of variety. You can almost pick out a piece and just find where it goes early on, which you can sort of do later on in other kinds of puzzles, more difficult ones, but in a puzzle like this, yeah, there's just a lot of pick and place. It's kind of like in fishing. You want to just cast and catch. And in this, you want to just pick and place. And when you do that, it keeps things interesting. And I'm definitely trying to keep things interesting for you. For you. For you. I've got this whole litmus. I don't think I've ever used the word litmus. Is that the right word? A whole litany. Isn't that like a whole, great abundance or whatever? I've got a whole litany of songs from my childhood rolling around in my head. There are so many. There are just so many. There are so many songs. It's crazy with 13 notes and a handful of instruments. How many songs you can make. But I think he goes to this interesting thing of, like, it's the same thing like with 52 cards and certain patterns, playing deck, a deck of playing cards. You can also make an insane number of games. But one interesting thing, and I think kind of like the source of a lot of those games, in this puzzle is 300 pieces. Ghost and Attic, that's how you asked there. 300 pieces. 300. 3. Let's see. 3. Oh, I know. 3, 0, 0. Sorry. Where was I? What was I even talking about? Let's see. Puzzles, games, something about the pistol wrap. Uh-oh. Can anyone tell me what I was just talking about? That's hard to do, like, especially if someone's rambling. Like, now what was I just talking about? I don't know, man. Well, shoot, what was I going on about? Songs. Oh, yeah. So the playing cards. The reason why you can create all these games is because, like, you create these institutions. So it's weird, but it's like all games aren't the same. Like, there's this thing of like a trick-taking game. That's like a genre of games. So like someone created like this entity, like this institution of taking tricks. It's like that was one idea that someone had. And then from that, and if you don't know what that is, that's like, it's just a certain kind of card game. Like Euchre is a game like that, or Hearts, if you ever played that, or Spades, if you ever played that. It's where, like, yeah, you play a card, and then like the best one grabs the whole pile, I guess. So that was like an institution that someone thought of, and then that institution is built upon and iterated upon. So from that institution, you get tons more games and ideas for games and little things and stuff like that. So that is also the same kind of way I really think that music has, like, how there are so many songs, on such a, like, a simple, small number of notes. Because, like, there are these institutions, like, someone thought of this thing called funk, and now it's like a real kind of ish thing, like funk, like that's something. Um, and so yeah, it's just I think it's through those institutions that more songs have been made, uh, and that's the way with a lot of things, like so that if you're not accessing those too, you're really not even getting at like the good stuff, I guess. And you can't really make a good game without like these institutions or some knowledge of them, or without making your own. And you can't really make a good song without, again, the same thing. Some knowledge of those institutions, some knowledge of those like themes, like those broader currents and things, and what others have done. So yeah, that's interesting. Let's see. I'm seeing if I can find some more flower pieces to go in there. Here looks like go there. And yeah, I'm liking this a lot because you can kind of just pick stuff out, pop it in, and that's what I like. That is really what I like. Plus now maybe people, not that this was happening, but I was getting worried that people were going to be roasting my puzzle doing ability, which I don't really care about, but like, I mean, I would rather have people think that I'm at least a decent puzzler if I'm going to be the puzzle guy, you know? So that's another good thing about an easier puzzle is it makes me look better, see? And isn't that what it's all about? Of course not. Well, I'm thinking about watching a movie tonight after this. Anyone got any recommendations in the chat? Let me check, see here. If anyone has any movie recommendations, I'd gladly take them. I have so many movies that I want to watch, so many books I want to read. Movies to watch are one thing because you can make a list and you can drill through a list of movies pretty darn quick. Like you can watch a few movies in a day. But books, dude, books are hard. They are hard to plow through, and I'm reading like 20 books right now all at once, which is not the way it should be done, I believe, but it's just the situation I'm in. So I'm trying to finish them all and then move forward. I'm also trying to read mostly old books right now, before moving on to newer books. So I'm trying to finish those books that I'm reading, especially I guess I'm trying to finish the older books that I'm reading. Then I'll maybe try and take on some other older books, and then eventually move on to newer books. And I guess that's kind of because actually that was at the advice of C.S. Lewis, not personally to me, of course, but in a book that he wrote. I think it was Reflections on the Psalms. Is that what it was? I think so. He was just talking about it's good to read old books, and he persuaded me, so I guess that's what I'm planning on doing. And that is what I'm doing. Because, yeah, man, the old books, like, you might think that, this is kind of what he was saying, you might think that you need to read someone talking about an old book in order to really get it. But really, the old books are easy to read, like, because they're so good. Like, there's a reason why they're considered the classics. It's like, the classic movies, too, aren't the ones that are, like, so hard to understand. Or if they are, then that's almost like, even them being hard to understand is made understandable, if that makes sense. And it's that way with the books too. Like they're so good because they're digestible. Some of them aren't, of course. I mean, or some of them are like thick or a bit more difficult, but I don't know. They're classics for a reason, and they might be more readable than you think. So I'm seeing the timer is gonna start here in just a moment. Yeah, this is a really pleasant puzzle. I'm really looking forward to summertime in northern Michigan here, and just seeing the sunshine on the cherry fields and And that beautiful Lake Michigan Bay and the wind blowing through it. Alright. Let me hit the timer here. Huh, so it's calling for a longer break. I'm not going to do that though. I'm just going to hit short break. And we're back. Alright. Now, what should we do over here? What could we draw? Let me pick my color. I guess I'll go with something like, I guess we need like a true yellow. What do I want to draw with a true yellow? What was I kind of just talking about? Let's do a deck of cards. Oops. Kind of one interesting spiritual thing I've found with drawing that I guess I'll share. I always found this as a boy, and then as a young man, and I guess now as a man, I've found to be true of music, is that when you start a drawing, you might not believe this, dude, but if it starts out right, it'll just kind of stay right. It's like getting in the groove in music. Like, let's see if I can. Yeah, I know it sounds crazy. It really does. And I don't really know how else to say it, but it's really true, and I've noticed it. Like, if you start out and you're, whoops. Let's do this, because I have the idea of like making them all so they don't touch. Yeah, it's like if you start out in the right groove, the thing just stays. Like, it'll give you a little bit of protection if you start out just right. Which sounds insane, but it really seems to be true. I really am not liking this one, man. But oh well, it's done now. I don't know, I should have drawn Frank Ocean. That was just a dumb thing to draw. Oh well. Oops. See what I'm going for here? It's the queen, or maybe the king. Let's make it the king. But, see, he's got to have a little crown. But yeah, I have noticed that. It's weird, but seemingly true that you start with a good drawing, and it just sort of, and then you just kind of follow it, and it just kind of takes you where it wants to go, and if it starts good, it just is good. I'm kind of reminded of the scripture, like, does a fig tree bear thorns? Or I don't remember exactly how it goes. It's like, does a thorn bush bear figs, or a fig bush, a fig tree bear thistles? Something like that. It's almost a tongue twister. And forgive me, Lord, I don't mean to make light of it. But yeah, it's like, it's like you just kind of follow it. But yeah, it's almost like if it starts good, it just is good. And so it'll lead you in the right way, and it'll stay kind of good. I've noticed that with songs too. It's like you find a nice tune and you just kind of follow it, and like a thorn won't bear you a fruit, but a fruit tree won't bear you a thorn. It just stays a very nice fruit. So Alright, I'm kind of liking this whole vibe. I was kind of thinking like some little action lines, like a little bit like that. And there's a timer. I like it like that a little better, I think. Whoops. Let's see. Yeah, I'll switch back to OBS and go back here. Oh, hello. And let me make sure, and we're good to go. Check the chat, see what the people are saying. And yeah. Looks like the people are saying good things. Okay. And we're back to the puzzle. And we gotta keep making prog here. Keep making proggy. Alright, so here's some more flowery cowery pieces. Flower cow. You know, they talk about flower power. But have you ever talked about flower cower? Here. I know I'm not supposed to leave. I'll keep talking, but I gotta grab some more tissues. Which reminds me again of SpongeBob. Perhaps you know where I'm going. It's girl, when I miss you, I can't use just any tissue. I need four-ply when I cry. And that is The Boys Who Cry. You see? It's brilliant. Truly is. Alright, I think we can make some good progress in this round. This looks like it probably goes right there. Alright, we'll keep moving. And I'm thankful to the Lord for giving me swiftness today on this puzzle. Seems like we're making pretty good proggy. Flower cower. Cow flower. There's a cow pie she might not like to eat. But then there's a flower cower. Alright. This could go here. It's kind of hard to read the lines of a cow. You know, like the shapes and patterns of it. And I almost think that's like the point of it. It's like to make it difficult to kind of distinguish. I at least know, you know, it's like the zebra thing. Like, I guess that's kind of why zebras have their pattern. It's like to like mix up the line or whatever. And cows are kind of the same. So that goes here in this puzzle too. Like, I'm kind of trying to put it together and finding it difficult to sort of keep straight. Like, is it that one? Like, does that kind of move over there? It's kind of mixing up my head a little bit. Which doesn't take much right now, but it is. So, oh, there we go. Okay. And we keep on moving. So, some more cow stuff. Maybe this is the final piece there. It seems to be. It claims to be. And it proves to be, you see. I don't know, maybe I'll try that other one that I just tried there before. Like Kendrick Lamar. It's a great album. Yeah, I was so surprised to see recently that The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill was Apple's #1 album of all time. I agree with that, but I guess I was still kind of surprised to see it. Let's see. More cow stuff. I'll just kind of stack it up over there. Some rabbits. More cows, smaller cows. These are somewhere else. And these are kind of similar vibes. Rabbit stuff. It's like smaller cows into tractor. And what is this? Horses. Horses. It appears. Horses. Yeah, I did have some plans for after the stream today to go hang with some friends. I was pretty darn excited for that, but I think at this point it would be honestly ungracious, or what word shall I use? It would just be uncool if I went, because there we go. I don't want to get them sick. But man, I think they were going to have some ribs and have a little potluck. Do you know what a potluck is? I think that's actually a fairly, like, oops. Oh, there we go. Potluck. I think that's actually a fairly, like, culturally niche term, which I didn't realize until recently. But I'm not sure about that. Actually, maybe that's not true. I'm only basing that off of, like, one interaction I had where a guy didn't know it, and he spoke Spanish. Like, he was from Peru, so I don't know. But yeah, potluck. I'm wondering who out there knows what a potluck is? Or is that what you'd call it? You know, a meal where everyone, well, I don't want to spoil it now. Well, sure I will. It's a meal where everyone, you know, brings a dish to pass. And I feel like that's a pretty darn common way to get together with the gang, but it's probably got a lot of different names. So if you got an interesting name for a potluck, drop it in the chat. I see there's 3 peeps streaming. 3 peeps streaming? That's 3 peeps streaming. That's kind of like, that sounds like something. 3 peeps streaming. Ah, there we go. Let's see here. I guess a little bit of yellow, a little bit of purple, a little bit of alizarin crimson, as Bobby would say. And we're keeping on moving. Again today, just to reiterate one more time, it's going to be more about the puzzle, less about stimulating musings from the mind of B-Man. So I hope you are enjoying that, at least. The puzzle, I mean. I'm glad that it's coming together a little quicker. At least it feels like it is. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's the breaks that have kind of helped. And I do know that the CPM is kind of off because I'm taking these 5-minute breaks and I'm not getting any connections during that time. But I don't know. It feels like I guess it's a little after 2 hours now. And yeah, it feels like, I mean, this is a 300-piece puzzle, so it's bigger than the other ones that I did. A little bigger. But it just feels to be just cruising right along. Cruising and schmoozing. And bruising. This might begin to call for some other, maybe not. Looking for a double edger. Something like that. Something like this and that and those and these and this and that and those and these. Alright. No psychotic breaking today. Not today, Satan. Not today. Folk songs. Folk songs are interesting. I was just talking to my friend. Maybe I mentioned this on one of these streams already. But I was talking to my friend about how I had planned to write an essay. I think I have mentioned this already. About how trap music is actually very similar to old bluegrass. And I had intended to write this whole piece about it when I noticed that and started thinking about it. But I never did. And now, I guess I'm kind of paying for it in some way, or I'm disappointed that I didn't, because, like, this whole country rap thing is, like, very huge, you know? Like, everyone talks about it. Jelly Roll and the like. So, I don't know. It's kind of like, I don't regret it so terribly much, but like, you just gotta jump on stuff. I read this quote the other day. It was talking about Michael Jackson. Whenever he had an idea, he would like rush. He would rush to jump on it, so that his rival Prince, which I didn't know Michael Jackson and Prince were rivals. That's kind of, I always thought that, and I know this isn't right, but for some reason in my head I always thought that Prince was like a 90s guy. But I guess he was 80s as well. I don't know. But where was I going with all that? I think that's actually somewhere else. But yeah, Michael Jackson was saying like he would always rush to, as soon as he had an idea, he would like go and record it or whatever, because he kind of felt like all ideas were just like pre-existing and they just come to different people at different times. And so he was thinking like, well, if this idea came to me right now, he could come to Prince any old day. So I better jump on it now and get on it before he does, which I thought was interesting. And I think that there's definitely some wisdom to that, because I have had a lot of ideas. Like, I don't know, it's tough. Like, man, I've had a lot of ideas in my life. It seems like, at least. And it's tricky. Like, you gotta, like, it's good to have ideas. To have ideas, you kind of have to be like a kid. But then to actually make the ideas happen, you have to be like an adult. I know Tyler, the Creator, who's like a musical artist, was talking about he likes to create like a child and edit like a scientist. I really like that. Was it a child's? I think it was, yeah. Um, and yeah, I really like that. I do feel that it's like you have to have both aspects of that thing. Like, you gotta get serious about things and like, I guess, muscle through it, as Forrest Frank says, because that's just a part of things. And even this guy, what's his name? Chuck Swindoll was saying a similar thing about leadership and how when you first get going on something, there's lots of energy there and excitement, and it's easy to keep going. But then, pretty soon, you get down to it, that excitement starts to wear a little bit, and that's when you really find out, are you going to stick with it and bring that thing through to completion, or are you going to give it up? And we really ought to be those who keep it going and bring it through to completion. Because there comes a time, I think, in that process where you start to lose the vision of the, or maybe not. I mean, you kind of always have to keep the vision to some extent, but like you lose the, I guess, like you lose a bit of the, maybe the, I don't know, yeah, like the spark, the joy of it. But you kind of just have to like accept invisibility, or accept what's the right word, like, you have to just do it without the spark, like just trusting. It really takes faith. I think to create anything, it does take faith, like really faith, that same thing that, you know, they say about like God and stuff. To create something meaningful does take faith. Because, yeah, there comes a time when you have to just kind of like keep going on it. Because no person like has the full capacity to kind of do everything all at once at the same time. Like, only little things are like that. Like, if you're doing the dishes, you can kind of imagine the end goal, and like picture it in your head, and you're like, okay, here's what I'm going to do. And like, then you kind of like get the motivation for it, and then like you're doing the task, and everything is kind of right there in your little bubble of doing the dishes. You can do that for a small task like that. But for a bigger task, to really make something meaningful, I think that affects or helps people, it requires faith. And that you, yeah, keep going even when it hurts, I guess, or when you don't really see it at that moment, or you're not excited about it. And I'm not going to beat a dead cow much longer. So I think I made my point there. And I'm glad to make a couple points because, well, yeah, it's tough right now. My melon is under some constraint. I might like to get going on that barn, but I'm not really feeling it quite yet. I'm surprised I can't find. Maybe they're just these ones. Maybe this is just this. Oh, yeah, it looks like it. Oh, maybe this is just this. All right, we're moving. Whoa, we're coming up on the halfway mark. Again, yeah, it just feels like so much more pleasant and so much quicker. I don't know if it is, but it feels like it for some reason. I do think it has to do with those breaks. Breaks make things nice. It's good to break things up. That's why. That's part of the reason I think why it's so good to, like, if you're studying for a test or something, it's good to start like a week in advance so that you don't have to. Sorry. Just like grind for 10 hours. You can just break it up because it's more pleasant to break it up. And I feel like those are already connected, but I'm going to mark it just for the sake of it. I don't really know why, actually. But, yeah. So, making good progress now. I guess this isn't like, this is, like I said, a pretty easy puzzle, yes. But it's also not like the easiest puzzle possible. Some things that make it, like, there are some, like, similar textures and stuff in different places. There's also like this multiple horizons thing, or multiple like multiple, I guess, yeah, repeating hills and stuff. So that kind of is tripping me up a little bit, but there's still enough variation in it to make it workable for sure. So it's all good. I'm gonna put sheep over there. Sheep are interesting. We're kind of compared to sheep in the Bible, and sheep are just interesting. Like, I guess there are sheep in the wild, like they're just wild sheep, but like my understanding is that they're just very, very like naive creatures. One thing that I've recently been appreciating is how humble the animals are, which sounds ridiculous. But, I mean, I don't know, it's just a way of looking at it. Like, they really are humble. Like, they have a kind of humility. Like, the animals don't, I don't know, like, puff themselves up or, like, assume things. It's weird, and I don't know if I want to get all into it right now, but that's one thing that I've been appreciating. But even then, I guess beyond that is, like, kind of how the animals seem to have different qualities. And Then I'm reminded of like passages in Proverbs about like mind the ant, O sluggard, um, and learn from the good qualities even of the animals, which might sound crazy to some. But there are things that we can learn, yes, even from the animals, um, if we'll humble ourselves, I guess, and do it. All right, some pieces coming together over there. Got a lot of chunks now. This over here somewhere. It's another rooster thing. And the barn is up there. We're getting close now. Oh, these are geese, I guess. A bunch of geese, I guess. Did you guys ever read the Mother Goose things? I saw this book at an antique shop, that same antique shop I was mentioning earlier. That was like the original. Oh, looks like we peeked across one connection per minute. It was like the original Mother Goose tales. I was very interested to read it. Like good stories like that, I think contain a lot of like those are kind of like again, it's like the old books. Like those Mother Goose stories, I think are kind of like the old classics for a reason. Like they've affected generations and they've kind of like been honed over time. Um, there aren't like a lot of songs like that. Like there's so many modern songs, but we don't have a lot of yeah, we really don't have like songs that have been like passed down. I guess there's kind of like old Lang Syne, you know? It's kind of been passed down and gone through some iterations and stuff. But we don't really have like songs that have gone through that rigorous like testing or like I mean we don't even have really have songs from like any well I guess let's see so we do have like orchestral songs like classical songs uh, from you know a little bit older I guess like as early as the medieval times but then so my understanding is like they're Gregorian things Pope Gregory I guess um, that was kind of the start of like Western music or some people say that but I don't know. I don't know if it is. I really don't know much about all that. But so maybe we have some songs from those eras too. Um, I guess there's this song that I used to love to sing, and I still love to sing it. Been singing it by myself recently for night prayer. We would do in the house that I lived in. Um, it's the Song of Simeon from the Bible, and those are old words, but the melody I believe is new. So I don't know. A little bit on the piggy there. Little piggy. Piggy, piggy. Like Lord of the Flies, eh? There is a audiobook of Lord of the Flies being read by the author, by its author. And that's pretty cool. He's quite old now, I believe. But if you get a chance, you should check that out. I mean, if you want to, of course. It's an interesting thing to be able to experience. Literally, you know, it's his book. He wrote it. And it's a powerful book. It's affected a lot of people. Enough to where they make a lot of kids read it in English class and stuff. And so it's just cool to hear the author. I was really surprised when I saw that. And I think seeing that it was the author like made me want to pick that one with my one credit or whatever when I tried Audible. Let's see. There we are. This is over here then. say chicken. That looks like more of a sheep. Aha. I remember that. Alrighty. Just get it. Alright. Oh, we're 50%. Praise the Lord. Worked out well. Alrighty. Let me just set this next thing to go here. Check the chat real quick. Nothing too new. Still a few viewers. Alright, and we're just going to swap on over and do our next drawing. So let's see here. I'm going to try and cram something in here because I like that look when something's kind of like squeezed in. What was I just... Oh yeah, I was thinking about drawing that cow. The flower cow. Alright, here we go. I don't know. This isn't a great cow. But you know what? I don't like when people say that. I like it. Okay. Got the face of the cow. Okay. Kind of nice. And, kind of got him down like this. And yeah, he's just gonna have to kind of... sorry, buddy. That's the thing, you can take small strokes, and then you're safe for your undos. I guess, since this is a flower cow, he, lives off of photosynthesis, which means he can be very, or she, excuse me, can be very thin, which you see here. I don't know why a cow with brows is so funny. Cow brows. But it just is. Alright, and then... we've got... a beautiful... 6-petaled flower. Huh. Pretty nice. Alright, I like that. There we go. Pretty good. Maybe I'll add just some little classic cow patterns. A cow is something that is closely intertwined with American culture, it seems. I don't really know why. I guess it's like the whole burgers thing. And, you know, being a lot of farmland out here. We just have a lot of land. We got a lot of good stuff going in the States. I really would hate to see us throw it all away. Which I say as though I'm above the ramifications if we did. Which I know I'm not. And I would, you know, I and many others could suffer so greatly if the US was overtaken or something. Like, if people who live like in LA, bro, eating like stinking like vegan like seaweed casserole and stuff like that,
Like, if they had to, like, fend for themselves or, like, eat slop, bro, while they're being, like, forced to build, I don't even know. Whoops. Build things for some evil. Whoops. Gotta go back to my color here. Where if I can just. Yeah. Oh, that's alright. Boop. Alright, I like that. Take it back to the scene. Oh, hello. And we'll take it back over here. And we're back on it. I'll check the chat again. I get a little dopamine rush from checking the chat. Just like you do when you check your phone. Looks like that's that. So, I like to check the chat. Check the chat. That's like Chevy Chase. Check the chat. Yep, yep. With Chevy Chase. Yep, yep. Check the chat. Yep, yep. With Chevy Chase. Yep, yep. There's a song for you. Feel free to do with that what you will. You can check the chat. With Chevy Chase. Check the chat. Yeah, check with Chevy Chase. Yeah, check the chat. Yeah, with Chevy Chase. Yeah. Check the chat. Check the chat. Check the chat. Check the chat. Sorry, won't go too into that, so that it stays open for another. Check the chat. Check the chat. Check the chat. Gotta check the chat. And check the chat. And check the chat. Can check the chat. Okay, maybe check the chat. Then you check the chat. Then what? Then you check the chat. Keep on checking the chat. Before you check the chat. One song that's been in my head this week is this ridiculous but very catchy song. It's actually funny, a friend of mine shared it with me last week when we were coming back from going skiing, which was really awesome, really fun. And maybe you've heard it. I don't think it's new though. It goes like Mama de la Mama de la Mama de la. you know this song? It goes like, oh wait, shoot, I don't think I've been doing my connections. How many did I have? I think I had. Oh no, I think I have, but I just didn't. All right, so I know I had the one, and then maybe the two. I think I just had two. But yeah, it's a song that goes like, Mama de la Mama de la Mama de la Mama. And the crazy thing is this friend of mine showed it to me. Maybe it is new. Because this friend of mine showed it to me like one night. Yeah, coming home from skiing. I guess that was Sunday. And Monday morning at work, these guys started playing it. I was like, what? I just heard that song. So that was crazy, but it's a very catchy song. There's just like some deep stuff going on with that song, though it might not appear on the surface. Huh. There's a lot going on here that I just don't understand. Maybe that's like here? Because could be. I don't know where that goes. Excuse me. No, I think it actually goes like this. See? This grassy thing. I guess that's a tractor. Which I might have been mixing up in this barn. Mama de la mama de la mama de la mama. But the frustrating thing about that song is you can't really sing it to yourself. Because it's too fast for any human. I'm sure they looped it. At least, I think. Maybe that's, I don't know, maybe that guy can sing that fast, but I don't seem to be able to when I try, so I don't know. There's like a very specific shade of green in here that's helped me now to find these pieces. over and over again. Alright. Okay. So yeah, it looks like, I guess there's a barn up here. Maybe this is like over here somewhere. Maybe it's even more toward the center. I think I remember the pig being like bottom-ish, like that. And these are brown cows, looks like. Wasn't I just dealing with some brown cows? Kind of there-ish. Lots going on in this puzzle. That's the way I like it. It's just the way I like it. 'Cause girl, you're amazing. Just the way you are. Man, that song definitely does bring back a memory or two. Perhaps a tear of the goofy goober may roll down my cheek. So I think this is even further out. If you haven't seen SpongeBob, the first few seasons, highly recommend. I can really recommend the first few seasons of SpongeBob to just about anyone. Well, maybe I'm being a bit naive in saying that, but I mean, it is good. It's clever. Like, it's clever writing. It's good writing. It's funny, legitimately. It's also like very kind of, it's creative in its, like, they create this whole undersea world with like these recurring characters and like, I don't know, it's just like a very cool, coherent world that it's fun to kind of explore. So there's that, going for it for SpongeBob. And yeah, it's just funny. I guess that's the best thing about it. Like the animations themselves are funny, and you don't see this a lot nowadays. I think in a lot of like cartoons or any. I mean, yeah, maybe not even. Yeah, I guess you do in more live action stuff, but like the animations themselves in SpongeBob are funny. Like the frames themselves, and I guess that's why so many memes have come out of SpongeBob. Because, like, well, that's part of the reason, I think, because I guess maybe a more significant fact is just the nostalgia and the popularity. But, yeah, it's like the frames themselves are well drawn, like, it's art, you know? It's, like, very expressive and stuff. So, it has that going for it, too. You feel like you're kind of in the hands of a creator who knows what they're doing, which feels good sometimes. I guess that's kind of what you always want when you're like watching something. It's good to know, like, I recently was reading, I don't know if you guys know about Letterboxd. It's this app that helps you track what movies you've seen, and you can read reviews about movies. I guess there's some guys on there probably who are kind of like out of my league in terms of movie stuff. Like, they're talking about stuff I don't understand as a simple man that I am. I think that last one went. But I saw a couple of different reviews, interestingly, just today, that talked about the mismanagement of a character, like a character being poorly managed or poorly handled. And I thought that was interesting. And I guess I'm kind of putting together now that, yeah, like, you don't want that in a show. Like, you want good management of the characters. Like, you want to know that, like, sorry, Excuse me. Bless me. Maybe that's what I'm supposed to say. What do you say when you sneeze? Pardon me. Not you. Gesundheit. Gesundheit. That can't mean bless you. Gesundheit. Gazoon. I'm trying to think of any words that I know that are even close to that. Like tight. Ite. Like something being ish. Like something. Ite. Like, I don't even know. Maybe I'll just drop that. But yeah, you when you watch something, you want to know that, like, the person thought of everything. The creator thought of everything. Like, they considered all these different ways that it could be, and they're, like, giving you exactly what I guess they wanted to be had. It didn't just kind of come about, or, like, it wasn't just sloppy. It's not random. You want to know that, like, they thought about that when they made it. And yeah, I feel like, I guess, to take it back one more time, SpongeBob, in the case of SpongeBob, you really can kind of count on that. Like, it's pretty darn high quality, in my opinion. I guess another thing that makes this puzzle a little bit easier to get through is, yeah, as I said before, there's a lot of animals. And the thing about animals is your brain is pretty good at just, like, throwing together with a few bits of information what the full anatomy of the animal is probably like. And so I think, yeah, puzzles with more creatures or beings, if you will, are a little bit easier to do as well. A little bit easier on the puzzle doer, the puzzle solver, the jig solver. Here looks like similar kind of grass, which I really like that style of grass. I'd like to paint something like that. See, that kind of has this kind of, I don't know, kind of like a painted look. And just sort of, I like the way that looks. It's nice. I was fortunate, praise the Lord. Yeah, I thought I'd get some more of this stuff. I did. So I guess a lot of that's over there. Let's try this one and then keep moving on what I was moving on. Okay. Sometimes you gotta grind it out till you find it out, folks. The only way to get there. Sometimes. Sometimes. I remember recently I was at a county fair in the great state of Kansas. This was just this summer. And I had never really, I guess I'd probably been to a county fair, but I'd never really, especially the animal portion, I had never really paid attention to or had any interest in. But it was pretty interesting this time to go and to see the different things that were said about the animals. Like, this announcer guy would be just talking to all these, to all these people while these little kids were, like, spanking these piggies around this little arena. And he would say things like, I see here, this one's got a nice square build, a lot of power up in the shoulders, and an excellent hock. But when I looked at them, I mean, they just all look like pigs to me. I guess that's the way any noob is, but I couldn't tell the difference. But it was just interesting to hear this guy talk about like the power of the rump and stuff like that of these different pigs, and speaking about them in such an interesting way that I guess only people who really know their way around different animals could understand. And there is definitely a beauty to that. Definitely a great beauty to it. To like tending to animals and knowing and understanding their ways very well. It's a beautiful thing. And yeah, a thing that I think a lot of people have romanticized recently, which is maybe to our hurt, because it's also a very difficult thing, I'm sure, though I've only partaken in it in small amounts. And because I did live and work on some farms, some small farms, but I don't want to overemphasize or overstate what I actually did there in terms of work. I rarely, if ever, I guess there were some chickens that I tended to a little bit at one point, but I didn't really deal much with the animals. Mostly what we worked with was different crops and stuff. I guess there were horses too that we dealt with and cleaned up after, but it is a lot of work. But again, as I said earlier, there's a grace that comes with time if you decide to devote yourself to it. And pretty soon you get acquainted with the hocks and the rumps. And you start being able to make statements about those animals like that. Sorry. So yeah. All right, I'm seeing this here. Could piece some of that together. I'm not super interested in doing that. I kind of want to solve some more of these. But then again, I did learn the lesson last week. Like, you can't just follow what is appealing in the moment. Ooh, that's a nice connection. You sometimes do just have to, like, grind it out. But there's a time for that. There's a time for that. So, it might not be right now. This is a very easy puzzle, I think. Very, very straightforward. Clear, simple things that are familiar. Ooh. And like recognizable, you know, in the way of animals. You know what you're working with here. I think this is possibly this. Yes. And yeah, it's got a lot going for it. Maybe in the same way that those animal guys at the Kansas County Fair, the particular fair, just so I can shout them out, was the Wallace. I believe it was the Wallace County Fair. So shout out to Wallace County. Thanks for having us. It was a blast. But maybe in the same way that they can talk about animals like pigs in that complicated and nuanced way. Maybe that's the way that I can talk about puzzles, or will be able to with some more time. And maybe that's the way Eskimos talk about snow, because I guess they have like 112 words for snow, which is interesting. I do think we need a little bit more ingenuity and creativity, development in our language. Like, we just need to throw some new ideas out there. I am liking this kind of like increasing awareness of modern slang. Like, people are talking about what are people saying right now a lot, especially the young people. That's what I kind of don't like about it, is that it's like people talk about it like, oh, like what are the youngsters coming up with now? But dude, like everyone should be kind of innovating, I think, in terms of language, because it can help us. I guess it's a long-term investment, because when you innovate in language and you get a more precise, nuanced language, I think, it makes you more. I don't know why I keep saying yeah like that. I know who that comes from. It's a friend of mine. But anyway, I say that a lot, don't I? Huh. It's useful because it's kind of like a linking thing. Anyway, I think if a people invests in the language, it will make them more effective in the future. And I wonder about how different languages react differently to like different AIs. Sorry, I guess no, like how do AIs react to different languages? How are AIs different in the different languages? Because I imagine they're just a little different because the languages themselves are a little different. So, and I'm interested about that. People seem to be, there's a lot of emphasis right now and shift of focus over to India. Either that or someone's trying to convince me that there is. In like a deep, potentially evil kind of way. I don't know if I mark that connection. I'll mark it for the sake of it. People are talking about India like it's up and coming, which is interesting. There's been a lot of talk about India, more and more, it seems like, over time. So I'm interested to see that develop. Just be like that. Okay. Okay. And for that last one, it's mostly full. It's gotta be sweepy. I want to find this. Be like this. Man, I'm hungry for that one. Could it be this? Oh, yeah. Huh. See, like that? That doesn't really look like it would. In fact. Yeah, I guess. Like that, it just doesn't look like it would line up, but I'm pretty darn sure it does. Oh, wait, so see, I think that's just one more connection, so. Yeah, we're well past the halfway point now. So we're making good progress. Getting somewhere. Getting something done. That's the thing about a puzzle, is it's so easy. It's so very, very easy. but yet you're accomplishing something. It's like Minecraft. It gives you the illusion of having created something. But you really can create. Why did you hear that? But. That's what I just said. But. That's enough of that. Alright, that's enough of that, dude. I'm gonna flip us over here to the break. Boom. I'm gonna blow the old schnauzer. And we'll draw something else. What to draw, though? I've been working on these cows like for the last 25 minutes or so, it seems. Alright, so we're on to another drawing. It looks like for some weird reason the thing is like only showing this top area of the screen. I don't know why. So I'll try to zero in on that. Let's see, what should we draw? What have I been talking about? You know what? I'm talking about the Kansas County Fair. I'm going to draw one of my favorite things that I learned about Kansas. Yep. You know it. You love it. It's the glorious, the beautiful Mount Sunflower. So this is something that I learned about Kansas when I was there. Maybe a little bit before I went there. That the tallest point in Kansas is called Mount Sunflower. Or maybe Sunflower Mountain. And you can basically like run up it like it's nothing. It barely even looks like a. It's just like a little slope. Know what I mean? So yeah, this is a tribute to that grand old mountain. Which stuck with me. It's kind of funny. It's like, yes, it's a mountain, but the lowliest of them, the least of them. And so, yeah, this is kind of my thought. It's like, this is the Mount Sunflower, you know? It's like this slope right here. And I'll draw some little guys up there since we got some time. It's nice to just be doing 5-minute drawings because you don't have to fill up tons of time, but you can fill up 5 minutes. Boom. In the great state of Kansas, which, if I'm not mistaken, is literally looks about like this. It's one of those square ones, you know? I'm pretty sure Mount Sunflower is about like there. Or it might even be there. Maybe it's even closer. So Colorado's over here. Like, and it's funny because, of course, Colorado has legit mountains. The Rockies. Which, oh my goodness, if you've not been out there, dear friend of mine, especially if you're a Usonian and you live in the United States, you gotta get yourself out there to the Rocky Mountain National Park. I'm serious. You will not be disappointed. It is astonishing, unbelievably beautiful. It makes one marvel. It makes one consider the beauties of the natural creation. It's just amazing. But anyway, yeah. Draw a little arrow. So that's Mount Sunflower. We didn't actually get to go to it though. Our trip got, we just had to be back in time for, I think, church. And we had to forget about Mount Sunflower. Check the chat. No dopamine hits from me. Yeah, I don't know why it's like zoomed in on the top left corner when I do that, but oh well. Alright, we're keeping on trucking along. I think we're making good progress. And yeah, it does seem like when I take a step away for a moment, more comes. So it's useful and helpful to do that. What I mean is, yeah, more connections are made when you take a break and walk away. Huh, maybe that's another saying. Oh, shoot. Gotta remember to do that. More connections. Are made when you take a break and walk away. Or something like that. The best connections ever made are when you take a break and walk away. Hopefully pretty soon, if I have some more viewers on these things, I can workshop these little sayings. I love to come up with stupid little sayings. Maybe they're not stupid. I like to come up with little sayings. But the thing that I often find about them is like, you come up with an idea for one, and it can be workshopped quite a bit. So those are not new connections. So yeah, hopefully I can have a couple more viewers on these things and get some help workshopping these saying ideas. Because IRL, I have friends who help me. Be like, oh, there's some kind of saying that was like this. And they'll be like, oh, nah. Just kidding. Normally they will pity me and go with me. And that's why I call them my friends. Coming up on the 200 mark, looks like. That's exciting. Making good progress. Coming on down the stretch. I was looking for this piece, I think. Yeah. Alrighty. Yeah, this cow has kind of confused me. I don't know if it's a couple cows. I'm getting some glare, too. Not a fan of that glare. Okay, go there. Nope. Oh. Could this be like that? It could be. And in fact, it is. Huh. I'm a bit torn on what this is all about. It looks like a reflection. Oh, maybe it's like this. See, I like a puzzle where if you lift it up like this, the pieces will stick, so you can more easily shift stuff around. So kudos to what is it? Rose Art Puzzles, I believe. Yeah, it looks like Rose Art. Color Lux. Rose Art Color Lux. Kudos to them. It is nice to be able to just scoop up your piece and slam it on down. And actually, does this even connect to here? What I find in this puzzle business is that often when you think that something might connect, it does. Maybe that also is another metaphor for life. Like if you just kind of think that something ought to go together, then it probably really should. Like I'm kind of saying, like follow your gut kind of a thing. Maybe that's kind of true. I think I've already tried that. This seems to be down here in this zone. Another one there. Oh, this was a lamb thing. And where do those lammies go? Oh, little lammy, oh, little lammy, where do you go? Little lammy, little lammy, tell us what we want to know. Little lammy. When I heard that, it sounded like a trap remix. Oh, little lammy, oh, little lammy, tell us where you go. Little lammy, oh, little. Alright, hold it together, crabs. So maybe it is that like all the red is just right up in here. If that's the case, I think I could probably throw this stuff together quite quickly. I guess that is part of the reason for waiting on some stuff like this is once you have it pretty clearly defined, then you can really rip into it. Sorry, I'm botching it. I think I was kind of being a bit too proud there or something. Lord have mercy. Pride is an awful, ugly thing. And if you're gonna have pride about doing puzzles well, what a pathetic wreck you are. I don't think I marked that one, so. Oh, that must be what this is. Alright. Maybe this goes in there. There should be like one more bright piece. Just like an all yellow shiny piece. I didn't drop. You shouldn't assume that you dropped a piece. There's another lesson. Another life lesson from puzzles. When you can't find the piece you're looking for, don't assume that it's gone. Don't assume, I don't know, first of all, don't assume that it's gone. And then even if you get down to it, don't assume it's lost. Because it's probably just sitting right there. You just haven't found it yet. Alright, so now I'm seeing there's some, nope. There's like some more densely colored stuff. There's that. Okay. Okay. Some more cow stuff. Cows be like. So there are at least a couple cows, I think. But like it's almost like this is one, and then maybe not. I don't know. Maybe there's another one coming over there from this side. I'm not sure. Oh, but I'm seeing another spot that connects here. Looks like that goes in there. guess my thought is that probably goes in there like that. And there's Lassie and the rest of the lambs. Lassie and the lambs. Jun, 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 dun, 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 dun. Ooh, Lassie, 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 and the lambs. Lassie and the lambs. That one mark, like when yeah, I think it's marking. La la la, Lassie and the lambs. Ooh la la la, Lassie and the lambs. La la la, Lassie, 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 Lassie and the lambs. La la la, Lassie and the lambs. Lassie, 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 and the lambs. Lassie, Lassie, ooh, Lassie, 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 and the lambs. You know, we don't really farm any predator animals, do we? Or like, you know, keep many predator animals, and I guess chickens are technically predators, but they're not the predator, you know, of a cow or something like that. I guess, of course, it makes sense to not keep an animal that's a predator of another animal you're trying to keep. That makes sense. But, yeah, I'm trying to think, like, are there any big predators that humans keep? Like, let's see. Check the chat here. What animals do people keep? Yeah, cows, chickens, pigs. In other countries, I guess some people keep, like, snakes, right? But I think that's kind of a different thing. I guess if they have some advantage, like, or some medicinal property or whatever, that'd make sense, but I don't know, man. I just don't know. I don't know about that. No, I don't know about that. Some things I just don't know about. If anyone thinks he knows anything, he does not yet know as he ought to know. As the scripture says. Oh, Lassie, 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 and the lambs. Lassie, 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 lambs. Lassie, lambs. Ooh, ooh, Lassie. Sorry, we've degraded now into the time of singing. It does feel like a degrading thing, you know? No, it's not degrading to me, but it is a degradation. The thing that I would rather talk about is interesting ideas, and maybe I'll even come preloaded with some of those in the future. It is definitely a difficult thing to speak about interesting ideas, to talk about interesting things, and do a puzzle. That I've learned. I'm pretty sure that was already there, so that's not going to count. Yeah, it's tricky, man. It is tricky, but it's fun, and I appreciate the challenge. And I believe I'm getting a bit better at it. It's kind of helping me to trust. I'm just now thinking this. Kind of like you can put these systems in play in your head, and it takes some kind of faith or some kind of trust to trust those systems. Like to believe that if you actually just do them, like whatever you initiated in your head or decided to do, that like good will come from it, or you can kind of trust yourself, I guess. It's helping me to do that. Like I've just got this system now in my head. Like when I make a connection, I just mark it, and it's now just pretty darn automatic, and that's helpful. Yeah, it's just kind of like boom, boom, you know, a boom, boom, you know, a boom, boom, you know, kind of like that. So yeah, man, I enjoy doing this. I love puzzles. I'm almost tempted to say rambling, but I really don't actually love that. I do want to talk about important things as much as I can. But yeah, it's fun to explore things, and I hope you enjoy that aspect of this as well. So yeah, explore things. A funny situation would be if I, forgot that that's all linked up. Would be if I somehow had a puzzle piece like stuck to my arms or something. That'd be funny, and I didn't realize it, and I counted it for loss. But don't count it for loss, my friends. Do not count it for loss. Got about 7 minutes to the break. I don't think I can quite complete this in that time, but let me keep rocking on this thing. Almost coming down the stretch. Boom. Oh, lassie, 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 lassie in the lambs. Lassie and the lambs, you know them, you love them. No one else can do it like them. Alright, well now there's that cow pretty much taken care of. Let me get you some better lighting. Sorry, man, you've been looking at this whole thing like... Yeah, that kind of just shines you out. Here, let me give you some more. I think that's a good amount. Yeah, pretty good. Now you can see what I'm working with here. It actually does make it harder for me, but I would kind of prefer that, especially now that we're near the end. It's getting easier. It actually really does mess with me, though, because it's like I was so dialed in on this other way that it was, that now it's like, wait a sec, this is totally different. That's okay now. You know what, I bet it's in... Alright, I'm going to start throwing these chickens together. That's like what your grandma says when it's coming down, about to be time for preparation for Thanksgiving. She's getting ready to throw those chickens together. I talk about grandmas a lot on this, don't I? I love my grandma. She's definitely a big culture generator in our family. I have one grandmother who's still alive, and I suppose my other grandmother was also a big culture generator, and I do miss her. Yeah, I love my grandma. I guess not much more needs to be said about that. That's a good thing. Now the thing that I'm wondering is how close we're going to be on this count. So it looks like we got about 30 left, and no, I think I'm a fair bit off. Man, did I really miss 30 connections? I guess that's honestly the most likely answer. Alright, this piece, I'm concerned it's under the puzzle somewhere. I'll worry about that. Alright, that's enough Lassie, I think. As much as I do love that gal. That's like what happens every time I say enough of that song. About a moment later, just an infinitesimally small amount of time passes, and I'm back at it, singing that same old tune, that same old blues track. Always back in here with that same old rock and roll. That Good old blues. That bluegrass, baby. Something the people can understand. Alright, well, we got about 6 pieces left, and I'm going to go ahead and start our timer for one last drawing. Check the chat once more. Got 2 viewers. A mighty 2. A mighty duo. 2 is better than 1, as the scripture says. Alright, swipping over to Illustrator, and I don't fully understand. I'll have to figure that out and troubleshoot it later, but alright. I think for this last drawing, there's only one thing that makes sense. Am I right? I think you already know. I gotta move quick. Oops. Gotta move quick. So I got a lot to draw here. Alright, I guess it's wireless. Oh wait, I guess. Alright, I've got them right over here. Maybe you see what I'm drawing. I'm just kind of rolling with it because I gotta go quick. Not quite like that. More like this. A little. Kind of a little. Alright, this is kind of whack, but that's okay. I got a little more time. Do you know what it is, folks? Sorry, I'm not talking much, but I should be. I always got to be talking. That's my duty in this position that I'm in. These look like Yoda. They're meant to be lambs. See? Lambs. And so what we're dealing with when we look at it as an overall picture is the one and only, the well-loved, the well-received Alright, that'll do. We got 6 pieces left. So I guess this thing is almost up. Alright, well. You know what? I'm just gonna leave it as it is. I need something right here though. I'm just gonna do this. See how I said that it needed something right there? Who says? But I do. Alright. Let me switch back to my scene here for our finishing touches. And we're just about ready to call it a day. I think at least before I start searching for our next piece, to be honest, because I'm kind of thinking oh, that explains it. I was wondering about this piece because his head is sideways. See that? Oh, Lassie. So yeah, the thing I just drew was Lassie and the Lambs, the new hottest music group around. All right, so yeah. As I said, we're just about there. Looks like I was about 17 connections short. Let me do this just for the sake of it. Just for that satisfaction. And just so I can test my system too. Let me look around here. Let me first feel on here. Not wedged in there or anything. Okay. Oh, wait a sec. No, that's just a little crumb of some kind. That should be my biscuits up here. Alright, sorry. Let me look around. Let's see. So we're looking for one little stray puzzle piece. I hope this isn't how a lot of the streams go. This is very good material for us. And is it wedged in here? I'm worried that it's wedged in the crack there. Now let me check the box again. That's another common offender if you didn't know. Oh gosh. Sorry. Almost fell over there. This balloon was... Yeah, another common offender for lost pieces is you find them in the box. It's a sad thing, really. He never got to come out and play. Let's see. All around here. All around there. Uh-oh. No, don't say uh-oh. Lord, please help me find this piece. In Jesus' name. Amen. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna keep looking around. I'm not, as I was saying at the beginning, you know, this is a made in USA puzzle. So I'm just expecting the top level of craftsmanship and excellence and nothing. Oh, well, that's quite a view. Hey. Man, I really want to leave it entirely outside the possibility of them. So I'm checking the bag that the piece came in. Huh. It's not in my pocket somehow, is it? Huh. Well, there's not much worse in the world of puzzle doers in our community to just about get done with a puzzle and then to have the thing just up and be missing one. And again, I don't really think that it's on the side of the puzzle manufacturer. I'm thinking almost surely that it is my own. However, I'm struggling at the moment to alleviate that issue. So what's a guy to do? Well, I think I'll end it here and not bore you. No, actually, let me give it a few more minutes. Where could it be? It's not in my pockets. Not over there. I did pray after all. I know the Lord answers prayers. Let's see. Lord, please help me to find this thing. Where could it be? It's not in there. Yeah, I guess, I want to just lift it up and take a peek under there. Probably shouldn't do that though. See, you'd think that I'd be able to. See, I opened it up right out the package. I really don't think. But how many emails or whatever do these puzzle manufacturing companies get on the daily, man, from people claiming that there weren't the total number of pieces there? Oh, here's a thought. Could be underneath there. Maybe not. Could be stuck to my socks. Yeah, it could have been that I went up like this and then I got stuck back here. Let me check in the trash can. And here. All around. Because you just hate to leave it undone, don't you? Don't you? You do. At least I do. Or if it was over on this side, it could have gone. It's not in there. I brought this out earlier. I guess I'll check it just for the sake of it. No. My microphone box. Well, folks, I'm sorry on this one. I really am. But it's looking like. Oh, sorry, I forgot that's linked up. It's looking like I'm just gonna have to call it. So I'm gonna give this puzzle away again. Let me sign it. See, I got these markers. This would be better, I think, than that silver Sharpie. I think white would be good here. And yeah, all you gotta do to get this puzzle is I guess I will become the world's first puzzle solving VTuber. But yeah, you know what, I'm just gonna look one last time around here before I really call it. And Lord, please help me to find this piece. If it is around here, please help me to find it. In Jesus' name, amen. Alright, I'm looking one more time. So I'm checking all over here. Yep, looking all around. On the ground. Sometimes the first place you looked is the last place you look again. Yeah, I'm pretty confident
That's not here.
Let me just crawl around for a bit. Not seeing it. Well, this is not the most exciting content. I realize that. And I do hate to call it like that. I don't really think I should, but at the same time, it could just be that the piece simply wasn't in there. And you know what's crazy is that I think it's literally the piece with the sunshine. How about that? The piece with the sunshine is not there. And I bought this puzzle just to get a wink of sunshine. Not that I'm complaining. It was awesome to do this puzzle. And I felt the effects of it even though the sunshine wasn't there itself. Or the sun, you know? It's kind of a cool thing. And yeah, it's not in that baggie. It's not in here. Again, I'll check this crack. Like somehow a piece could have gotten wedged in there, you know? But I'm not seeing it. And I don't actually recall seeing a piece now that I think about it. And thinking like, oh yeah, there's that bright piece that would be the sun. So it's kind of strange. Oop, sorry. Bumping my setup. And not in a good way, like subwoofers in a backseat of a car. Unless it fell over here when I was dumping the pieces out. Might have to go back and catch some surveillance. Keep an eye out for it. Well, if anyone finds it, how about if anyone finds that piece in the footage, like if anyone looks back through the footage and they send me on X a clear picture or video demonstrating where it is so that I can find it easily, I will, in the next episode, let's see, maybe they can call in and we'll talk on the stream, and that, and then they can choose what we draw a couple times or something even better than that if they can make something better. If you want this this puzzle, and I'm going to sign it here, you can, let's see, what's today's date? The 20th. Yeah, if you want this puzzle, you can just respond to my most recent post on X and say Lassie and the Lambs. If you say Lassie and the Lambs, I'll choose someone at random, and I'll ship this puzzle to them for free. So yeah, do it. Or don't, then I'll just hang on to it. But yeah, this has been fun. Another one in the books. Again, sorry I wasn't so vibrant as I would have hoped to have been. But like I said, I'm just feeling a bit under the weather. I'm actually feeling a little better now than I was. So that's kind of nice. But yeah, I'm excited to just get into the swing of things again. And taking a day of rest now. So I like to take Saturday as a day of rest. So maybe I'll watch a movie, but maybe I'll just chill out with the Lord. So yeah. I hope everyone's doing well out there. I love y'all. I'm praying for you. Or, to be honest, I haven't been praying for you, but I will. at least I will right now, because I don't want to make any false promises here. Lord, please just bless everyone who's watching this stream. Let them enjoy your presence and enjoy you and know of your awesome love. Let your love abound, Lord, over all the earth. And let all people come to know of your goodness and be saved and enter into the kingdom of heaven. We love you, Lord. We live for you. Thank you for all the abundance and the goodness that you've given us. Please show us the way forward. Thank you, Father. And thank you for this puzzle. In Jesus' mighty name, amen. All right. Peace now.